welcome back. This is my most ambitious video to date. I have decided to put myself through the torture of reading every single one of Sarah Boone's letters to the judge and to the world. I know you see this runtime, so I'm going to try to keep it short. Please forgive me if my commentary gets a little repetitive. It's because she is nothing but repetitive. So, yeah, this took so long, so bear with me. There are timestamps in the description. You will need them, so take a look. Grab you a snack, grab you a drink, maybe a Valium, and get comfy as I present to you the Sarah Boone Chronicles, an epistemological exploration of redundancy and misery. I had to throw in a big word or two in honor of Miss Boone. So this is our first letter. I believe it was on August 30th, 2022. I'm going to try to be fair up front and take it letter by letter. I'm going to say right now I do fail, but let's get into it.
Honorable Judge Wooten, thank you foremost and in advance for your invaluable time and concern in this very unexpected and incredibly confusing manner. I am writing in regards to the requested withdrawal, most importantly of my attorney, Mauricio Padilla, and my team filed on 4/18/22, along with a continuance. Forgive me if this is the wrong approach in contacting you directly, but I wanted you to be fully aware of the magnitude of my shock and disappointment in the betrayal of Mr. Padilla, as I have not in any way by anyone been provided any explanation for the aforementioned withdrawal, etc. I unfortunately had to learn of these documents by my former husband when calling to speak with my son. After making a commitment to me as my attorney for the past 2 years and 2 months, ongoing to fully and sufficiently represent me, also being made to believe we were a team, I am completely blindsided. Nonetheless, how this was and is being handled by a professional, I do not understand. With that being said, Your Honor, I am graciously requesting to be included and present, please, at this hearing on Friday, April 29th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. So I am able to learn more and also explain the ongoing legitimate hindrances I have been facing along with my inability to amply progress in the preparation for my upcoming trial and future. In my opinion, these concerns are what spurred these requests by my attorney in the first place. It is undoubtedly of the utmost importance to me to fight for my truth, and in which I thought my attorney was doing also. Thank you beyond measure for your very much needed assistance and understanding. I am flying blind. I don't know the process, procedure, or protocol for any of this since I have never been in the current situations I am in. I am eager to meet with you to further explain any and all questions or concerns whomever may have. Please know with great emphasis, I just want to move forward, especially for the length of time already being incarcerated, and remedy this entire predicament, however that may be, in the best possible manner, having my best interest and security above all else. Again, I thank you profusely. I await your response with further direction in order to be in attendance and proceed forward. Exceptionally grateful, Sarah Boone.
So, as her first letter, this actually wasn't too bad. She definitely did find the jail's copy of a thesaurus, and she made sure she used every word imaginable to hit that word count, but not too bad. A little snarky here and there, but I mean, she did just lose a lawyer after having them for 2 years. I'm going to try to give her the benefit of the doubt and take it letter by letter and not let the knowledge I know is coming influence how I'm interpreting this current letter. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most Sarah Boone and 1 being actually professional, I'll give this a 3 4ish. But she did already plant the seed of narcissistic traits with that unnecessary line of remedy this entire predicament, however that may be, in the best possible manner, having my best interest and security above all else. She flat out told you right up and center, every time I'm going to send you a letter, I want you to do something for my best interest and security above all else. And that's pretty much the thesis statement of Sarah Boone and her intentions. Also, the handwriting in this letter is actually nice. People keep saying she has nice penmanship as they get a little more unhinged later on. I don't quite agree with that, but this letter does look nice.
All right, October 3rd, 2022. Mr. Bankowitz, I am writing in regards to not hearing from you and am becoming very concerned after receiving no response to any of my daily calls or from the letters I've sent. As of today, October 3rd, you have been my court-appointed attorney for almost 3 months, 12 weeks, 84 days, and only spoken to me 3 times. 7/14/22 video instruction 15 minutes, 8/2/22 video update 15 minutes, 8/22/22 visit in person 90 minutes. I have written 2 letters in the meantime. Also, my most recent I sent on 9/12/22 with no response. I am unaware of the difficulties you are having in communicating with me, video, phone, letter, in person, especially via phone, which to me is the simplest form of doing so, even if just for a brief update, which takes only minutes. I believed by you giving me your personal cell phone, you are going to answer. I would at least know all is well and have a better understanding of the status of some things or what I may need to work on. With no communication makes my end more difficult, drawn out, and painful. Please figure out whatever necessary for my phone calls to be answered, which you will be reimbursed for when you submit your costs. It feels at this rate of communication and meetings, and you just coming on board, not having all of my discovery to go over, still on top of everything else to be done, and depth. How much longer am I really going to be here added to the 32 months already? Especially if we communicate, however you eventually do, only 1 time a month, if that. As for all of the month of September, I know nothing from not hearing from you. I understand you have other clients, as I am one also, and you've been recuperating from your back. But remember, please, how long I've been here. You are my sixth attorney, not by choice. And the magnitude of my case with not knowing what's going on or where you are, how much harder it is for me. I want to get on with my life, Mr. Bankowitz, and not miss any more time necessary for my son. I've already missed 4 of his birthdays and spent 3 of my own in here. Please understand. No, too, I am patient. Clearly, after all the time already invested, and I'm still smiling and willing to go above and beyond whatever we need to do to properly and truthfully convey my very convoluted, misunderstood side of everything, which I boldly told you in our meeting last month. And I am dedicated, ready to start, overdue. I am so grateful, Mr. Banquets, for you. All you are doing, have done, and will do. We're in this together. And I am so blessed you are my attorney. God has put us in each other's paths for a reason, and I can't wait to see what you and he will do. I'm praying the 6th time's the charm. Please respond. I await your response. Thank you profusely, Sarah Boone.
Okay, with this one, she cranked up the heat a little bit, got a little feisty. This is when we first start to see that she wanted to use the judge to tell on her lawyers and to try to force them to respond because they weren't responding to her letters on their own. So she has to go and tattle. She keeps talking about all the important things they have to go over and what they have to get done and what she needs to know, what she needs to be doing. You don't need to be doing anything. She really thinks this is a complicated case just because it is bizarre. It is not complicated. The evidence is as clear cut as can be. She has given them almost everything before she even got to jail. She recognizes that he has a back injury, but just absolutely doesn't care because it's about her. And even if she knows you're struggling, she doesn't care because she's in distress. And it's your fault. I want to move on with my life. That is some nasty work to actually believe that after ending someone's life. The thing that I'm stuck on that I can't get over, one, she just lies about random little things, is this: I missed 4 of my son's birthdays and spent 3 of my own in here. Which I just want to say, first of all, I think she did miss 4 of her son's birthdays. But that's not because she's been in jail for ending her boyfriend's life, because she's only been in jail at this point, did the math, 2 years, 7 months, and 8 days to give her the kind of timeline that she likes to give everyone else. So, how have you missed 4 of your son's birthdays, which I do believe is correct, and 3 of your own birthdays? Either you just can't keep that straight, or you're just lying and inflating things as though it's not easily provable with a calculator. But okay. And then at the end, you see that there's this splitting mindset of idealizing versus devaluing. I'm going to devalue you this whole letter. Throughout this entire letter, I'm going to tell you everything you're doing wrong, how you're harming me, you're being unfair to me, and try to manipulate you into feeling bad because you're not doing what I want you to do. And then in the next breath, tell you, oh my gosh, you're amazing. God has put us in our paths. I can't wait to see what we do together. I believe. No, that is some crazy work to flip the switch like that after being mean to him this entire letter. And truly, there's nothing any lawyer could do to satisfy her. The only way she would be satisfied with a lawyer is if they got up there and said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sarah Boone is
the mother I never had. She is the sister everybody would want. She is the friend that everybody deserves. I don't know a better person. I don't know
a better person. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask that you vote Miss Boone as not guilty. Thank you. And then Sarah Boone starts crying and then clapping and says, bravo, bravo, and looks over to the jury and says, that was so powerful. And then they still vote guilty. I give this one around a 6 out of 10 on the Sarah scale.
All right, a letter number 3, 11/3/22, 4 weeks exactly since last letter. Honorable Judge Wooten, forgive me in advance for having to utilize your invaluable time to ask the current progress of my case. But after not having any form of communication with my attorney appointed by you after 11 weeks and counting, after sending 4 letters to my attorney appointed by you with no response, and after finally finding an outside resource to inform me of the uneventful, confusing filed documents online by my attorney appointed by you, I'm still waiting with the perpetual question mark over my head. No letters, no video visits, no face-to-face visits, no answered phone calls from my attorney, or even a response from you, Your Honor, regarding one of my letters expressing my legitimate concern of what's going on in my case. Where's my attorney? It has now been over 4 months since being appointed another attorney, number 6, and not by my decision, influence, or choice. And almost 3 of the 4 months not hearing from said attorney. 8/22/22, last correspondence. Why? What is the reason? Why haven't I received a letter, even a 15-minute video update, anything? Even after my PTC on 10/25 is what truly confuses me, and nonetheless upsets me the fact I was not in attendance, so I can know what's going on in my case, especially considering I have not heard from my attorney in 11 weeks and should have been included. Why was I not? This is my case. Was Mr. Bankowitz even there to represent me? I don't know anything still. The problem is that my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived without my knowledge or permission. I never signed any nor verbalized the idea I wish to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates going forward, please, regardless of the significance. All are significant to me, since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way. If he's not going to do it, then I must myself, and for myself, as always, my entire life. What else can I do? Who else can I seek help from? I have you and God, Judge Wooten. If I do have an attorney, where is he? There's so much to do all over in my case, hopefully the right way this time. Off to a rocky start where I wonder how more extended my time will be on top of the almost soon to be 36 months, 3 years already. Is this how the justice system really works? Am I being penalized for wanting to be fully involved in everything in my case and intelligent enough to know how my case is being handled is unjust and, from my point of view, disastrous, considering I am still sitting in Orange County Jail, counting the days and praying my sixth attorney contacts me and we can move forward, finally coming to an end to this seemingly endless debacle? You would think, considering the circus show my entire case is being made out to be, with all the hype, sensationalism, and publicity, I received a letter all the way from across the pond, England, the other day. It would be being handled more professional, better. I learn something new every day about facts, events, and outcomes in my case from all the inmates and officers as well. I wonder if they might know where my attorney is. Bottom line, please understand, I do not want to be here any longer. I don't want to be hindered any longer in getting just to the starting line again. I don't want to be suppressed in being heard finally, truthfully, and correctly. So when, Judge Wooten, when will I hear from my attorney? Or you, please, just with some type of response other than a copy of my letters I keep sending, which I already have. In the meantime, it is my understanding the following documents have been filed in my case since the appointment of Frank Bankowitz, my attorney, MIA. 7-11 Bankowitz appointed. 7-12 PTC order pretrial 10-25 trial 11-7. 8-29 pretrial canceled. 9-23 notice of unavailability state. 10-7 correspondence, my letter to Bankowitz. 10-12 correspondence to defendant, copy of my letter. 10-24 notice of appearance. For what? Had 3 years ago? Not guilty plea already filed, waiver of appearance never signed, agreed to, compensation? For what? What's been done? 10-25 substituting conflict counsel. Who is my attorney? 10-25 PTC 117-2023 trial 130-2023. That's it? In the almost 4 months I've been a client of Mr. Bankowitz, this is the only progress? What's next? Where are my copies of everything filed ever? This is one way I can have some idea of what's happening. And please remember, I have no access to a computer nor any reliable outside resource to check anything for me. Please mail copies. I am trying to come up with any solution possible to keep me, the other party in my case, informed and updated. This also is part of the court's responsibility. I would especially think, knowing I've not heard from my attorney in any way for 11 weeks, I want to be included. As always, I thank you for your time and understanding. Please help however you are able. I am not helpless. I am ready to get this show on the road and to hear from someone other than myself asking the same question over and over and over. What's going on in my case? Or how many more pens will I exhaust asking? Grateful and patiently waiting, I await your response. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone.
Okay, now this is the Sarah we all know. She is in prime Sarah form of just being rude, condescending, and unsatisfied with anything that does not revolve around her. She kept that repetition of appointed by you every time that she's complaining about Bankowitz, saying it's not just his fault, it's your fault. And I'm just going to keep incorporating that subtly that this is your fault in order to provoke you into taking the actions that I want you to take. Her wave notice of appearance, okay, this is like the first time, I'll give her that. That is fine. You didn't sign anything, you're upset. The reason they do that is because it is not necessary for you to be at every single hearing. People don't understand. Law in court is not how you see on TVs. Most of it is very, very boring and can be very, very swift. You can go into a courtroom for 5 to 10 minutes and then you leave because that's just how it is. It wasn't supposed to be this long, drawn out thing. So they normally just try to waive your appearance if they don't think it's necessary for you to be there. But keep this in mind. She wants to be included at every meeting. They are all important to her. She talks about the justices dome and wanting to be fully involved. You are not supposed to be fully involved in your case. Yes, but like you don't see every single file. There are some things that are not for you and some things you wouldn't even understand. But she also doesn't get that how much time it would take to let her go through every single file of discovery. These meetings are like 15 to 90 minutes max or something like that. No one has time for you to slowly read through every single file, ask every question imaginable, and then circle back to those questions because as she says here, I'm asking my same questions over and over and over again. And they've answered you over and over and over again. You don't like the answer, so you keep asking it in order to wear them down to get them to give you the answer you want. Honestly, this is probably how she's won her arguments most of her life, by just wearing the person down. And she thinks by asking it a little differently, trying to put in big words in order to sound condescending and say, well, you're too dumb to understand what I'm saying. So maybe let me say it one more time until you give me the answer I want. And then they still don't. And she still calls it their fault. Because if they did understand what she was saying, they of course would come to the same conclusion and give her what she wants. I give this letter about an 8 out of 10. She was in prime form in this one.
All right, this is letter number 4, December 5th, 2022. Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Summary of progress. Numbers only. It's all I have. 1. Since appointed by court, Frank J. Bankowitz, attorney number 6, July 11th, 2022, 21 weeks, 147 days, and counting. Since last spoke to Frank J. Bankowitz, attorney number 6, August 22, 2022, 15 weeks, 105 days, and counting. 3. Since pretrial conference, no response from attorney or court, October 25th, 2022, 6 weeks, 42 days, and counting. 4. Since my last letter to the judge regarding MIA attorney and case, November 3rd, 2022, 4 weeks, 32 days, and counting. 5. Total hours of time represented by Frank J. Bankowitz, 3,528. And total hours of time spent with client, Sarah Boone, 2. Where is my attorney? Where are you, Judge Wooten? I understand the holiday mode everyone is in as we inmates sit and wait for it to pass. But before we come to the end of yet another year, almost 3 for me in OCCD, It would be respectable of the court to please advise the status and location of my attorney foremost, and also provide any real progress of my case, which is difficult to do and further without an attorney. Nonetheless, after being appointed so many, I thought hopefully the level of dysfunction would be lessened. Unfortunately, to date, I am sadly mistaken and feel I've been severely misled. Even more unfortunate seems to be the lack of representation from any party of my case other than myself. Look at the numbers. In the meantime, and in preparation for the upcoming status hearing on 12/20 at 10:45 a.m., which I just received notice for, thank you for the inclusion, I am in the process of writing to our governor regarding the mismanagement of my case and the multiple added obstacles and deterrents I'm experiencing, trying to avoid any further time-consuming hindrances or setbacks going forward. Some of the major legitimate concerns of mine are the violations of my constitutional rights, the degree of neglect and nonchalant approach by everyone in my case, and substantial progress, and the illegal, non-permissive release and distribution by the Orange County Sheriff's Department of crucial, confidential case files, videos, photographs, documents, etc., pertinent to my case, which I have not even seen or even know about. As a result, it is impossible to choose a jury that will be impartial, fair, and uninfluenced by all the mutated, exaggerated, hyped sensationalism. This being a significant reason I requested a change of venue previously. At this point, it will make no difference. There is nowhere I am not known. The premature, unfair judgment by everyone has wrongfully and inappropriate already been made. I haven't even seen my discovery or know where my attorney is, my sixth attorney. Not only am I, the other party in my case, still in the dark with everything, I am blind and in the dark. What? Not only am I still in the dark with everything, I am blind and in the dark. Girl, get on with that. This is wrong, unfair, especially for a still proud citizen of the United States of America, and unacceptable. There is more to everything, much more, and in which I've been patient and in extreme to explain, interpret, and educate what now seems to be the whole world. I am hopeful the governor will be able to untangle the chaos and mistreatment. No one else seems to be available or willing to abide by the protocol of our justice system and rightfully, eagerly apply themselves. I am hoping still these aforementioned topics can be further discussed at the hearing on the 20th, and in which I am bringing to everyone's attention prior. I have not heard from my court-appointed attorney to date, so I am unaware what else may be on the docket. It's time to finally move forward in all the right ways. Happy holidays, Sarah Boone. Mr. Bankowitz. Ooh, this is like a PS. Mr. Bankowitz. I am also sending a direct copy to you in case the court and or judge does not, therefore giving no reason of any unsurety of my ongoing concerns regarding having no communication from you in any manner for almost 4 months. I believe the court and or judge would have sent copies to you of all my letters to them, but since I have been unsuccessful in receiving a response or update by their side also, I am taking it upon myself to make sure everyone is aware I am still sitting here waiting on you. Please respond. I look forward to seeing you at the hearing, if not before then, with very much overdue and anticipated progress. Thank you, Sarah Boone.
She has gained traction, and this is the Sarah Boone that we have come to know and pity. I mean, she has moved from a thesaurus to a calculator. She wants us to know without a doubt that she knows how to convert time, and she's going to tell you about it in the different days, hours, months, because she knows the original time isn't actually that impressive. So if she just says, I haven't heard from my lawyer in a few months, no one really cares. So she wants to break that down into days, hours, whatever, as though that would make it more impactful, when in actuality, it detracts from it. The thing about this letter that really annoyed me was the constant use of progress. She keeps saying she wants substantial progress, but she doesn't really define what progress means to her, because it's this nebulous term that never has to be satisfied. You can always use that around to say that there isn't progress without actually getting specific about what you think needs to be done. She also gets mad at the speed of the mail that she's getting and the copies, as though the judge can control how fast the mail gets to you. They make and send the copies when they send it, and it gets to you when it gets to you. Jail mail is notoriously slow. Is that always great? No. Is that inconvenient for inmates? Yeah. But they're not really concerned with your convenience, as you are not necessary to this process. It is necessary that your lawyer gets these copies to make sure that things are actually getting done in a timely manner. You getting a copy does not help anyone else besides you. Then she admits she's only been here for almost 3 years, which would have made that last letter where you said you missed 4 of your son's birthdays and 3 of your own birthdays behind bars a lie. More talk about her constitutional rights being violated without naming which rights are being violated. Talking about all the non-permissive, illegal case information put online, when just because you don't know how sunshine laws work and that is public record and that anyone can access anything, because the saying goes that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and when the public can hold the government accountable through being able to see everything that's online, then we all can have more faith and trust in the government because we can call them out on it, etc. That means your records are put online legally, required. She really said there is nowhere I am not known. There are plenty upon millions upon billions of people who have never even heard the name Sarah Boone, I promise you. Anyway, it will not be impossible to find a jury. I can guarantee you that. And no one else seems to be worried either. Neither the prosecution or Miss Cashman when she was still her lawyer. But to top this whole thing off, she revealed that she has written a letter to the governor. She wrote a letter to the governor of Florida about the alleged injustices that she is facing in her court process. Which is weird to me because let's just say, go down this road that the governor paid attention to this and actually cared. That means he would have to look into it. And within 20 seconds, he would find the video of you filming yourself murdering your boyfriend. So, don't really know how you see a positive outcome for this, other than purely using it as a threat against the judge, saying, see, I can go above you as well, which is what she was doing with the lawyer. I'm going to your boss, the judge. The judge isn't getting me what I want. I'm going above you and going straight to the governor. And once the governor gives me what I want, you will feel so sorry and you will have to do anything I say. So she's now reached a level of, you will respond to me or I will just make your life miserable. I give this letter an 8 out of 10.
All right, we are at letter number 5. Let's get into it. January 10th, 2023. Mr. Bankwitz, hello and Happy New Year. I hope the holidays were lovely and very memorable for you and your family. I just wanted to check in as I have not heard from you since the status hearing back on 12/27/22 and want to confirm you are still my attorney after your motion to withdraw was filed 12/19/22. It is my understanding you are, which is why I am writing to you directly, but also including Judge Wooten, for fear I do not receive a response like the last almost 5 months, 21 weeks, 147 days. It is very important to me you are aware of my questions and concerns. The anticipated pre-trial conference on 1/17/23. If you are unable to speak to me beforehand, which I'm very much hoping you will be, unfortunately, I am unsure what else to inquire about, as I am unaware of any other progress going on in my case. In the meantime, please see below, and thank you in advance for the information and clarification. 1. Pre-trial conference, Tuesday, 1/17/23. I would like to be in attendance. What time, please? I have not received a notice via email or heard from you to ask, and no time was stated during the status hearing. Please make the necessary arrangements for me to be included. It is my right. 2. Waiver of appearance. Please mail or bring the appropriate documents to unwaive my appearances going forward to everything I am able to be included on, so I am kept updated with all status of my case. It is my right. Please note, I have not signed any paperwork for you since the start of our representation, 7/11/22, as my attorney. So I am unclear how my right to appear was waived in the first place, nor have I verbally given permission for the waiver either. Please provide the signed copy at your earliest convenience. 3. Reason for withdrawal. It was not made known by you as my attorney or stated by the judge to the court during the status hearing. I was completely blindsided and still massively confused for the attempt, as our attorney-client relationship hasn't even been established from 2 hours we have spoken out of the now 4,536, and the general information it was when we actually did. If you had genuine, legitimate concerns, I thought from a professional, moralistic standpoint, you would have discussed with me, or at least mentioned, rather than being uncommunicative for almost 6 months, an entire half year of another year for me, just sitting here with nothing to show but the perpetual question mark still over my head. I would have hoped if you were unable to maintain your workload, which still presently includes me as your client, you would not have made the decision to take on my case and even give me selling points on all your capabilities and resources. Why? Please help me understand. We are supposed to be working together and for each other rather than against. It worries me futuristically. Also, I have not to date received the copy of your withdrawal. Judge Wooten said I was included on when reading the certificate of service during the hearing. Please provide a copy. 4. Phone account. It was previously told to me by you in our one in-person meeting, 8/22/22, that you already had this set up and were having your assistant look into so we could use. After not answering any of my calls, the few I did make in an attempt to touch base with you to provide requests, information you asked me for, I stopped calling you Mr. Bankowitz and have not to date since September 2022. I kept hoping you would call me or set up a visit, even for 15 minutes, which has not happened. Please help me understand why you gave me your personal cell phone number. Also, to clarify for you, the judge, etc., I did not avidly search for the statements regarding your public reprimands in 2015 and 2028. In an attempt to speak with you from no response to my letters or calls, cell or office, when having someone look up any contact alternative and to confirm your address from a letter I sent that was returned then resent, the reprimands were discovered, and for the same complaint as mine, lack of communication. During the status hearing, when I made this known, I was not clear in the end if you were going to actually set up again the phone account to be used, which any and all callers, inmates, must have established in order to speak to family, friends, attorneys, anyone. It is nothing new or extra, and all costs incurred can be submitted for payment to the court as you have done in the past already. This is how attorneys communicate with their clients here in OCCD. Another option, in addition to 45-minute video visits, 15-minute at-home visits, in-person visits, and of course, the postal service, it would definitely make sense to use in avoidance of even more time being exhausted in the length between any visits in the future. which will only help the progress of everything, will you be utilizing? 5. Discovery case materials. In the status hearing, you stated you have 2 boxes of information that are out of order and unorganized. Have you organized and reviewed? How long have they been in your possession? When will we be going over? It is extremely concerning. This is all you have. It has been said there were 3, 5, 6, a ton from some of the attorneys prior on my case. Which is it? And what is there? 3 years later, I'm still wondering. I have also put in numerous hours, pages, pen ink of my own information, which I'm praying is in either of the boxes you currently have. Please let me know, as the added amount of even more time to locate, receive, review anything missing from everyone receiving before and withdrawing will most definitely be extreme. I don't know what you have. I also could assist in organizing what you do have, considering it's all part of my case. I am eagerly waiting and more than willing to help with this and everything else. I just need to see what there is, and which I have yet to 3 years later. 6. Prosecutor. Is there a new one in my case? I noticed his attendance during the 3 status hearing attempts and come to the conclusion there is. Since you have not communicated with this or any information, nor an announcement made by the court, I do not know. If so, what is his name? What is his background? Mr. Bankowitz, you must understand how insignificant I have been made to feel with the never-ending debacles, hurdles, and stumbling blocks I have and am going through and still facing since being incarcerated. No one seems to listen, ever. I refuse, absolutely refuse to believe this, my entire experience to date, really is how our justice system operates. I refuse because, as said to you, Judge Wooten, the court, to everyone else in the status hearing, and to anyone who truly cares, my reason is hope. Never ending, no matter what, hope. This being the entire reason I am even here for my incarceration. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's the second-degree murder. Maybe it's that. Nothing is impossible with God, and I await my day to say my truth and side of everything. Please don't give up. I have not and will not, ever. I await your responses, always, Mr. Bankowitz. Thank you. Sincerely, Sarah Boone.
We have now reached a point where every letter is worse than the last, and this is no exception. We start off super snarky with the holiday remarks, trying to make you feel guilty that she's in jail for murder and not out on holidays, and that the court isn't always doing stuff for her, and they're actually taking care of their own families because they have the freedom to do so. You're not getting sympathy for that. Waiver of appearance, okay, I'll give you that point. They were trying to waive your appearance because you're annoying and they don't want to see you there, but they probably shouldn't have done that. They should just let you show up. And so keep that same energy, because there's something that's going to come up later that is going to sound completely contradictory to this belief and repeated request to be at every hearing. She brings up that she talked about his prior reprimands that she didn't intentionally look for. I don't know. I can go either way on that one. Maybe she didn't intentionally look for it, but once she found it, she did intentionally use it against him, and she intended to weaponize it. And she makes it sound like, oh, it just fell out of my mouth in front of the court. And so it's justified for me to bring it up because I didn't intend to look for it, right? No, that doesn't make any sense. And then you're wondering, why haven't I seen a copy of your withdrawal? Because you haven't given me a single reason why you wouldn't want to be my attorney. After I just embarrassed you in front of everyone, and that you have reached a similar level of misconduct that you had for your prior reprimand. Why on earth would you not want to stay my attorney? Just delusion. This kind of gives you insight on how she is on the outside. She believes that she can punish you, that she can embarrass you, that she can cause harm to you, and that you still have to stay with her, and that you still have to be fine with it, and that unless you talk to her about it, then it's not genuine and it's not a real professional concern. She talks about if you weren't able to maintain your workload, public defenders in Florida, I hear, have on average around 200 cases a year. And I'm sure that's pretty similar to court-appointed counsel, because I know there are slight differences, but they're pretty much in the same boat for me. They both have a huge caseload that they have to deal with. And she also knows that Bankowitz is dealing with a death penalty case, which is very strenuous and takes a lot of time. Does she care? No. She only wants people to focus on her, even though she's not giving them a cent of money and they are getting underpaid for what they have to deal with her as a client. She says, even though someone else is paying you, just like with her first lawyer, where Brian, her ex-husband, paid around $68,000 for the 2 years that Mr. Padilla was her lawyer, and then Mr. Padilla had to leave because it became so adversarial weeks before the trial that he could not even continue. If I'm Brian, I know I would be hot. You wasted $68,000 of my dollars that you guilted me into using because you probably used our son as a prop. And then because of your behavior, you couldn't just sit there and accept the free services that you weren't paying for. You had to get it perfect the way you wanted, and you pushed him away to the point where he could not represent you. And you're doing the same exact thing with all of the court-appointed counsels. She talks about organizing discovery and that she's willing to help and that she's willing to help organize. That is the most, I cannot think of a worse workday. Yes, let me take every bit of discovery to my nightmare client who then wants to get her grubby little fingers all over it, unorganize everything, and then be mad at me when something gets misplaced. Because that's exactly what would happen. She wants to just sit there. She doesn't want, her ideal situation is being taken out of the jail and spending all day and all night with this lawyer going over her endless amounts of discovery. Again, she doesn't understand that even though there were once 5 or 6 tubs of discovery, it is not going to remain 5 or 6 tubs as things get digitized and time progresses. And you have to pay attention to the subtle word choices. She keeps saying she hasn't seen it all. She's not saying she doesn't know about it. She could have been told, here's the toxicology reports, here's what this looks like, here's what they found under your nails, here's what all of this looks like. And she's saying, I haven't seen it. So that means I don't know it, or I can still complain as though I've never heard about it because I haven't seen it. So I don't have to believe what I've been told. And what absolutely sent me through the roof was this: the whole reason that I am here and incarcerated is hope. Hope for what? Hope that everyone just ignores the video on your phone of you killing your boyfriend? Hope that everyone just ignores George's life completely? That he never gets justice for his murder? That his family never gets closure? Hope that everyone just forgives her and says, oh, poor her, she's been sitting in jail, feel sorry for her. Feel bad for her. Remember, she told you she's a mom. Feel bad for her. Forget about George. Forget about his family. Forget about his daughters. Think about me and give me the hope of just letting me off after this. Because she hasn't even accepted or alluded to the fact that she is willing to serve any amount of jail time, that she is willing to admit guilt or accept any form of responsibility. She wants to get this over with so she can, quote, move on with her life, because she believes that she will be walking out those doors by the end of that trial. This letter gets a 9 out of 10 for me.
All right, letter number 6. Mr. Bankowitz, this is my 3rd letter trying to reach you over another almost 6-week period now. The same 2 phone numbers you've given me still do not work. The one number, your personal cell, goes to voicemail directly and doesn't even ring. I've had this number since you personally gave me back in July 2022 upon your appointment as my attorney by the court. Not working still 8 months later. The other number rings and rings and rings until it automatically disconnects me. Not working either. This also is the number you continuously tell me it just needs to be activated. Please activate. I even, in my desperation to speak with you, had an outside caller try to reach you on my behalf, who tried calling your office 3 times over the last almost 3 weeks, leaving a voicemail each time with no reply. We're both hoping you are able to reply to her email she sent today as another form of trying to communicate with you. I've exhausted my resources and am again just sitting here waiting for you to contact me in whatever way you are able and as soon as possible, please. Time-sensitive matters are at hand, as I have made you aware previously, verbally, and in my letters. I know you have attempted to schedule the 15-minute video calls within the last week, the first having technical difficulties and canceled, then the second was a no-show. What it seems to be is every time on your end, whatever the disconnect is, I am extremely frustrated and worried not being able to communicate with you, even just sometimes, especially when there are very important pressing discussions needing to be had already, but have not from no means of successful communication. Mr. Bankowitz, why do the phone numbers too still not work? You've given me over 8 months ago and keep telling me to call. Neither work and have yet to be answered. Why are you not responding to any of my letters? 3 so far this year. Why are you unable to correctly set up a video call if you are even on the call? Please know, even though I am temporarily an inmate, she said temporarily an inmate. She really thinks she's getting out of jail for second-degree murder. That is bananas to me. Anyway, please know, even though I am temporarily an inmate and incarcerated, I do have a schedule with classes, dorm trustee duties, and medical appointments, which I have to be excused from for nothing. Please fix the connection problem. Remember too, please, I am just back to the starting line, barely, with you as my attorney, and I have yet to be able to even speak to you on the phone. I am genuinely concerned with the numerous promises you have made me, and even suggested yourself that will or can be done, but they do not yet. I need your help, and you have graciously offered to. I am genuinely concerned with the numerous promises you have made and even suggested yourself that will or can be done, but they do not yet. I need your help and you have graciously offered to, but when, please? My pre-trial conference, I found out, is now on 3/31/23, which you said previously for whatever reason, I am unable to attend any of these conferences. How am I supposed to know what's going on and what you are reporting and what is being discussed between all other parties except me, the main component in my case, especially if we, in a still unestablished attorney-client relationship, are not in regular or proper communication with one another? Why can I not be in attendance and participate in my PTC? How else am I to be kept updated in real time and actual minutes during the conference if not there myself? I have no way of knowing anything if not updated by you, my attorney. And I do not have a computer to use view myself. Help me understand, please. How can court TV, different news channels, and even professional YouTubers attend my PTC and I cannot? How? I'm sure one of the other parties can help me with updates since they all will be in attendance for me also. Should you be unable to provide, why can I not be included? What? Why can I not be included in my PTC for my case? I'm sure also everything from the conference collected from everyone else will be vomited all over the internet, just like everything else has been, non-permissively, and can add even more dysfunction and ignorance to my prejudgment already made by the world in the great court of public opinion. I would like to be a part of all of this, seeing as it all pertains to me. Please, it is my right. So many questions, concerns piling and piling up from not being able to remedy or complete from no communication. Please change answer, fix, or present. Please. Everything you have given to me completely has been done on top of everything else I am dealing with, keeping at bay and really trying to figure out by myself since you are unable to, even just by answering the phone once. I don't know what else to say that has not already been said many times. I am still here waiting, still hoping 3 years later and counting with you, Mr. Bankowitz, 8 months and counting, ready whenever you are. Trying my best always and thanking you in advance. Sincerely, Sarah Boone.
I don't even have a lot to say on this one. It is just the same old, same old. No one wants to pick up your phone when you're harassing them. Let the girl go to her PTC hearing, whatever. Just no.
Okay, a letter number 7. An update while already contacting you. What? Mr. Bankowitz has not met with me personally face to face ongoing 2 months, 8 more weeks. The 2 phone numbers given still do not work, or his office phone answered when someone trying on the outside. Judge Wooten, can you please have Mr. Bankowitz fix the phone problem? He asks me for information, some critical and time sensitive, which I complete expeditiously for him, but then have no way to relay successfully, in turn hindering progress and creating even more to discuss in a 15-minute video visit when he does actually schedule, and it work. Even PDs answer their calls, and I have yet to be able to speak to my court-appointed attorney. Even PDs answer their calls, and I have yet to be able to speak to my court-appointed attorney on 2 phone numbers for 9 months. July 11th, 2023 is my 1-year mark, another milestone while here with Mr. Bankowitz as my attorney. It is also my next PTC. Will I be able to attend and be included as I was previously at the last? Thank you. Please also include me in the status hearing you mentioned to the court during the last conference, which is supposed to happen sometime prior to the next PTC in July. I am still waiting patiently and respectfully 6,480 hours later with Mr. Bankowitz as my attorney, waiting for him to contact me and hoping just one of his phone numbers will finally work so we can pick up speed to provide significant progress in the upcoming meeting. Thank you for reading my entire letter and uploading correctly for all the world to read also. Critique and judge wrongfully and incorrectly as usual. Ignorance is bliss. Oh my God. I wonder what platform of popularity I will be featured on next, and how much wasted time, effort, and thought will be put into mutating and grossly exaggerating my case information, racketeered to the World Wide Web. Shape SMH, run with it. I wonder too if I have a panel of letter readers dedicated to all the ones I've written. Enjoy, there's more to come. Shout out to my supporters. Everyone is waiting. Not on me. Hopeful no matter what. Sarah Boone, Sarah Boone.
And here we can really start to see her move the goalpost, because she got hyper specific with, he has not personally met with me face to face. That does not mean he hasn't had a phone call. That does not mean he hasn't had video visits, which we eventually find out he did. But again, she phrases it like this to make it seem like there's absolutely no communication because it's not the communication that she wants. This is some crazy kind of phone harassment. Like, if this was in the real world, I'm pretty sure you could go to the police and try to get a restraining order over how many times she has tried to call this man. And then telling the judge to tell them to answer the phone, as though the judge is just like this referee who calls up the lawyer and says, come on now, you need to be doing your job. You need to make sure that you're responding to her calls 5 to 10 times a day. The Delulu nation that she runs must have a thriving economy under her. And then she goes, he asked me for information that I complete for him expeditiously. You're not completing this information for him. This is for you. He's asking you this in order to help you, but you are completing it for you, not for him, as though if you didn't do it, he would be harmed in some way. I have been waiting patient and respectfully 6,000 hours. This is the kind of stuff I don't understand ever. How you could say such, insulting, degrading, condescending, and still say that you are patient and respectful. That speaks more to your character than you think it does. So what do you think it means to be disrespectful, if this is you still being respectful? It's like in her interrogation where the cop said, you're screaming at him, and she said, I'm not screaming at him. And he said, sounds like screaming to me. It probably isn't screaming in her mind, and this probably is her being patient and respectful, which only proves to show that she needs to stay in there.
All right. 5/15/23, Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Letter number 8. Perspective. Merriam-Webster's dictionary. I wonder how many people are going to actually look up the definition to see if it's the same. I wonder also how many website hits the word perspective will get. Definition. 1. The science of painting or drawing so that objects represented have apparent depth and distance. 2. The aspect in which a subject or its parts are mentally viewed, or a view of things as objects or events in their true relationship or relative importance. Please review so everyone has a clearer, better understanding of my continued concerns, hindrances, questions, and frustrations with the justice system, and solid, absolute remissiveness of my case, and the due process of I am and have been waiting very patiently and maintaining what I can, since no one else has or will, it seems. And I feel at this point, 6 attorneys later, 39 months, almost 3.5 years, which I will make, not by choice. I need to make all aware of my immense struggle with the extreme mismanagement of my case to date. Let's look at the bigger picture or perspective to get a better view of what I've had more than enough time to see and realize. I'm hoping by doing so, eyes can finally be opened and very overdue, longed-for process and finalization can be had. The growing amass of ignorance, manipulation, slander, and advantageous gain must stop. My truth needs to be heard, and it is my right. Do not give me rights expecting me not to fully utilize them. I voted for the president and governor. Side note, remember when she wrote to the governor? I really wish that we could see that letter. If I can find it, I'm going to read it, but I don't think she got a response. While here in jail, and stop violating what I've been trying to utilize or lessen the value of my capabilities and opportunities. I am not apologetic in any way for being an observant, hardworking, above average, non-stereotypical inmate. I can only imagine, sadly, how others not as outspoken as myself have been and are being mistreated, overlooked, and dehumanized. Get it together. Judge Wayne C. Wooten. 1. At what point do you evaluate and intercede in a case to make sure there is proper advancement, regular communication between the attorney and client, ethical treatment of client is being upheld, timeframes are being met, etc.? Clearly, you know and have known of the prolongation of my difficulties from your comments regarding my letters, but with no intervention from you to change anything for a better, less problematic process. You've told me in the past when I've tried to voice my legitimate concerns to you in the courtroom, 5 times in total, 3.3 years, and in my letters to save it for my next attorney. If told anything at all, do tell your honor which attorney. I'm on my sixth, whom I've not seen in person for another 3-month period, 12 weeks, 89 days, and counting. Frank J. Bankowitz has been appointed as my attorney by the court to represent me in my case, and has been for 10 months and counting. Total approximate hours of representation, 7,200. Total times attorney met with client Sarah Boone, 6. Phone numbers given to client by attorney, 2. Phone calls answered from client by attorney, 0. Outside sources calling attorney on behalf of client, 3. Letters client sent to attorney trying to communicate, 7. Letters defendant client sent to judge trying to communicate, animate attorney in unsuccessfulness, 5. 15-minute video visits between attorney and client, 3. Attended court dates scheduled, 2. I was an attempted withdrawal. The other, an allowance to finally be included in my PTC, which was the same information carried over from the others. Now what? See, she begs about being included in this meeting that they did not include her in because it is uneventful and unnecessary. So she raises hell saying, I have the right to be at every single meeting and I deserve to be there. And then she's there and she says, well, it's the same information carried over from all others. Either sit there and be there and take it in and then complain later or whatever. Either go or don't, okay? That's why they waive your appearance when they know it is not useful for you to be there. But whatever. Now what? 2, why are you enabling my constitutional rights to be continuously violated? History lesson for everyone. First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, Eighth Amendment, 14th Amendment. 3, why am I being judged for my legitimate letters I write in order to know the status of my case or attorney and how much longer before something substantial occurs in the progress of 3.3 years later, other than the inappropriate prejudgments being made due to the excessive amount of my case information online, bigger and meaner fabrications of my case-sensitive details in which I have not seen, and even greater mind-numbing one-sided ignorance. If I didn't write my letters, would you or anyone be aware of my rightful concerns still and ongoing? Is a perpetual question mark over a defendant's head the norm during a case due to inactivity, no communication, no help or intervention, or answers being given by attorney in the justice system? Honestly, what has been done about or with any of my letters with other than scanned, uploaded incorrectly? I made sure to correct so everyone is up to speed on my case status. Unfortunately, it is all I have to report at this time. She is so contradictory. She's saying all of this information is out there and people are making bad judgments, but she wants her discovery so that she can put the information in these letters. That's probably why they're not giving her all the discovery, because they know she's going to put that information in a letter that's going to help ruin her case. That's speculation, but it would not surprise me. 4, why are you allowing numerous case safety and protection elements to be breached, violated, manipulated? Why has a gag order never been implemented? My case has turned into an unnecessary witch hunt from the innumerable violations of my case details being leaked and racketeered illegally in exchange for website hits, viewer ratings, etc. In exchange for money. What is your cut, Your Honor? You choose who knows what, where, and how in your courtroom. When did court minutes become live? Are you the one who authorizes the upload to the internet? It's all about how much rather than how did it happen, no matter the destruction caused in the meantime and is irreparable. It's not even about the suitcase anymore.
Okay, pause. I was really trying to hold off until the end of each letter, but this letter has sent me over the edge. It has never been about the suitcase. The fact that you think it is only shows your priorities, your mindset, how callous and unfeeling you truly are. You, in all of these letters, we're 8 letters deep, you have not mentioned George's name once. This case is about Jorge Torres, who goes by George, the boyfriend and man you killed, the father you took away from his daughters, the son you took away from his mother, the brother you took away from his siblings. This is who this case is about. It has never been about the suitcase, and it has never been about you. No matter how much you want to make it about you, no matter how many times you say me, poor me, poor me, poor me, it will never be about you. You are one aspect in this case, the murderer. The person we are seeking justice for is Jorge Torres. George is the subject of this case. This is his case, the case and investigation of the murder of George Torres. You, the murderer, are the final piece in this. And once you go to jail, we can, quote unquote, find some closure, have some justice. Of course, there's never going to actually be closure or actually be justice, because she's going to be living off of someone else's dime, as she always has, pointing fingers at everyone else, as she always has, and still making everything about her, as she always have. Even when she takes another person's life, it's about her, and it has never been about George in her mind.
My case is now a global event, with the video receiving over 3 million hits depending on the website, in turn making me realize that over 3 million less unprejudiced, unbiased, non-discriminatory, fair jurors I will have access to on my case. How is that going to work? Now what? 5. Factoring important private details should not be made ready and available for the world to know about before I, the defendant, does, correct? This is wrong, unconstitutional, unfair, and not how justice is supposed to work for anyone. I'm tired of having motives attributed to me that are unreal, assumed, and inappropriate. This is not legal. Do we see why the judge is making her represent herself? We are 8 letters in. She has a pattern, she has a vocabulary, she has similar statements she has to make, and it's all revolving around this discovery. This is why she will only be satisfied representing herself, which she's going to complain about. 6, this is what a trial is for, correct? 7, at this point, what can even be rightfully suppressed in my case? Once you ring the bell, it cannot be unrung. It's already been heard and seen. I don't even know where the bell is or who's ringing it. 8, when do I, the main component in my case, actually get to know everything everyone else already has? When am I going to be included also? 9, when is the next status hearing you stated would happen before my PTC 7/11/23, my attorney's 1-year mark? Am I included? 10, what else can I do to ensure the productivity, communication, incorruptibility, appropriation, and intellectualism of my case? It is my right to know so I can begin or continue the true progress of any kind to finally be succeeded. Attorney Frank J. Bankowitz, first, where are you? Our last in-person was February 15th, 2023, 3 months. 2, when is our next meeting? Remember, please, there are still time-sensitive matters pressing. FYI, in the 10 months of your representation, here are the 6 meeting dates which have occurred, so you can see prospectively the massive time gaps in between while I have been sitting eagerly waiting, wondering. 2022, July 14th, August 2nd, August 22nd, 2023, January 20th, February 3rd, February 15th, May to date. 3, why aren't you fixing either of the 2 phone numbers? Oh my God, if she talks about these phones one more time, I wouldn't fix the numbers either. This is crazy stalker behavior. 3, Why aren't you fixing either of the two phone numbers you gave me upon your appointment back in July 11th, 2022? Every time I ask you about this, it's a different excuse. Much progress can be had in a very expeditious manner if completed. Why has it not almost a year later? Why do you keep telling me to call when you know they don't work? As said before, public defenders answer their calls and reply to mail. Why are you unable or unwilling? See the difference it will make? 4. Our agreement made from one of my letters I wrote earlier this year after not hearing from you in a solid 5 months prior was to connect every 2 weeks with or without any significant progress. Oh, hell no. That is crazy work. You're asking him to call you every 2 weeks. A public defender who is already overworked probably has 16 plus cases revolving at any given moment, if not more. And you want him to contact you every 2 weeks, even if there isn't any significant progress. Goodbye. No, you needy, clingy. Why have you not been upholding this agreement, even in a 15-minute video visit? Remember, a phone call is another option and not as difficult technologically. A working number is needed, just one. 5. What are your anticipated dates of completion for anything already discussed and will eventually when you do actually show up for an in-person scheduled meeting? There are 1,000 little fires needing to be put out. You're holding the fire hose. What is she talking about with all of these things that need to be done? This is the most open and shut case I've ever seen. It cannot be this complicated. It just can't. What are these 1,000 little fires? Please see from my perspective the botched eye-rolling experience I am going through still, and how I believe anyone would act or do if in my slides doing the same. What would you do? Do not fault me in trying to make the best, most successful outcome possible for myself. Always about yourself, oh my God. In every aspect in the convoluted predicament I am in and have been over the last 3.3 years. I would rather be called a narcissist, yes, you are, pain in the ass, yes, arrogant, yes, strange, yes, or whatever else anyone wants to waste their time to think of. Just don't call me a murderer, which I am not. No one knows me except for the ludicrous insanity that's been made up, mocked, edited, and spewed all over the internet. It's not me. Is that what you're going to say on the stand when they play that video? It's not me. It's edited. Don't believe the video I filmed on my phone. It's not me. Don't call me a murderer. I just ended someone's life. That's what this sounds like. Don't call me a murderer. I just killed someone. What? I am hoping and praying my highly anticipated day will come, whenever that will be. It's God's timing. I continue to wait smiling. At least everyone will know I'm not sitting around eating bonbons, watching soap operas. Application is the product of the lesson. What? Application is the product of the lesson. Give me my chance appropriately, correctly, and fairly in court. Unfortunately, my perspective of our justice system is incredibly dim and dull. I hope my very overdue blinding light has shone. I hope my very overdue blinding light has shone brightly for all to see a glimpse of how it really works. And being a system, we all have to work together to function in unison. Please help. See the difference I am trying to be. Make waiting and wondering, keeping it real. Now, sorry, by the end there, she was just like throwing out fortune cookie sayings, like just throwing out, keeping it real. The difference I'm trying to be. What was the other thing? She said, application is the product of the lesson. Where is this coming from? Now what? Sarah Boone. Ah, a mess.
I know I paused a lot during that letter because it just got so crazy. But yeah, this is a 10 out of 10 letter. We went full tilt unhinged, started with a definition that she doesn't really quite understand, that definitions and dictionaries update themselves a lot. So that's why I posted a little screenshot of the current definition of perspective on Merriam-Webster's dictionary, which proves, just like everything else, nothing that she says ages well at all. It all contradicts itself and only reveals her inadequacies more, which is ironic because that's why she uses all of these big words, is to make up for her own inadequacies and to try to get people to assume she's smart. See, she's using these big words from a thesaurus. See, she knows how to do math and she makes lists of how many days and hours and all that stuff. She does this in order to save face, and this brings me back to in her interrogation when she said, "I have always been a straight A student. I excel at everything." And I believe that has been the thesis statement that she has held to her heart to this day. And she might have been. I'm going to go ahead and believe her. Let's say Sarah Boone was a straight A student growing up, which would have been for her 25, 30 years ago. There is this thing called gifted kid burnout. And this happens a lot when you're in school. The gifted kid burnout is trying to meet the expectations and you can't keep up with it. So then all of the pressure put on you kind of causes you to break down, and then you don't live up to that expectation. After school, when you graduate and move on, gifted kid burnout reveals itself in the way they judge their own accomplishments. So you grew up all your life in these talented and gifted programs, and they told you you were special, you know how to do the right thing, and you are just a little bit above everyone else, which is why later in this she calls herself an above average inmate, not sitting there eating bonbons. Why does she make all these comments? Because she needs to believe that, because once upon a time someone told her that she had a very bright future, and then unfortunately she found alcohol. And she's lived with alcoholism for way longer than she is willing to admit. And that caused her to steer off course. It doesn't sound like she's had a great life. I'm never going to say that. I'm never going to say that she hasn't gone through stuff. However, what you've gone through does not justify your behavior towards others, and does not justify you committing horrible acts and then still seeing yourself as far above everyone else. I also can't stand when people keep going, my truth, my truth, my truth. My truth is an opinion statement. There is the truth, which refers to facts, and then my truth, which is an opinion. And there are some contexts, places, and times when the phrase my truth does actually work. However, people use an opinionated statement as a factual basis. And I'm just like, just stick to the truth, but you can't, because you know it conflicts with quote unquote my truth. She also is really, direct towards the judge, blaming him for not stepping in and saving her and doing what she asks by forcing the lawyer to do what she says she wants them to do. And this kind of reveals itself. There's a parallel in the interrogation video where she says, she's talking about how the last physical altercation was however long ago when George choked her, and she said, "I can't believe you didn't take that either." This all falls under this umbrella of LAV abuse, LAV, which stands for legal, administrative, aggression, or violence abuse. And normally this is utilized by women abusers, mainly because male abusers use more physical means. But for women abusers, and there's some out there, not proportionally the same, but there are some, they will call the police, use restraining orders, use administrative and legal systems in order to perpetuate that abuse. It's the, I'm calling the cops if you don't do what I say. It's the, she got a restraining order on George, then would meet him, and then when he acted in a way she didn't like, she would call the police saying he broke the no contact order, even though she's the one who went to him or got him to bring back to her. Because remember, Brian, her ex-husband, was paying for that apartment. It was not George's apartment. Also, Sarah had them sharing phones. I think he had his own phone that he used Wi-Fi and stuff, but in terms of being able to make calls, Sarah controlled that as well. This explains why she has such an expectation for everyone to come and help her. When she calls the police, they're supposed to believe her. In her interrogation, she is completely shocked that they are questioning her. She's saying, I told you he abused me. That's supposed to end the conversation, and you're supposed to see him as the bad guy and me as the victim. This is how this game has been going, however many times she had him arrested, and it's not working out in her favor, and she can't handle it. So she still tried to do the same tactics to her lawyer this time by going to legal administrative means to get some kind of corrective action done towards the lawyer or reprimand. And when the court didn't do what she wanted to either, she decided to go towards the governor. She always has to go above someone in order to force an action that she wants, and that is abusive. And it honestly does shock me that she has not mentioned his name once, when she actually could be using that to better manipulate people. She could have said, I would have never done this because of my love for him, my undying love for him. I'm doing all this because I want justice for him too. I'm trying to find out answers. I don't know what happened. None of this was intentional. No one knows my truth, and no one knows the whole side of everything. You just take one little video and you run with it. However, my love for George, I know, will help me find the truth. She can't even lie right. She can't even think about centering someone else even when it would help her, because that would mean that he would be a victim, and he is always the abuser in her mind, and she's the victim. So there's no room for him to be a victim, and there was no room for him to breathe.
Y'all, I'm gonna be honest, I'm hurting, so I'm gonna try to just blitz through it and just read it. Offer your review, critique, judgment, understanding. Try it. Clarify. To become or make clear. Clarity. Clearness. Per the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Where do I even start? Through the officer-inmate grapevine and a letter I received from my fan mail, and usually the only way I find anything out regarding my case, since there is no communication from my current attorney, now 10 weeks more of complete silence. And yes, my sixth attorney, which I will clarify momentarily. I was made aware my last letter was featured on the news locally, realistically meaning globally. Just so y'all know, all of your local news means global news, apparently. Apparently, my very legitimate, lawful, real questions and concerns I asked and am still caused a stir on top of the already engulfing whirlpool of my case has become and made out to look like, which it is not. Hence my previous questions from said letter. I am trying to protect and maintain my truth, which no one knows, since no one else will, however I can, and keep some of the illicit ugliness at bay, mismanagement at its finest in everything. Why wasn't I included at all? Why wasn't I asked prior to being highlighted so I would know what was said or asked or criticized so I could rightfully defend myself? What was so newsworthy by not including me is unfair. She is writing this to the judge. She's literally writing to the judge, why didn't the news crews include her in their news coverage? As if the judge has anything to do with that. If I was Judge Kranick, when reading this, I would have already been done. Comment below which letter you think, when Kranick was rereading, sent him over the edge and was like, yeah, you have no lawyer. It might have been this one. What was so newsworthy? By not including me is unfair and adds to the assumptions of what everyone wants me to end up being and thinks I am. This is wrong and also adds to the prejudgment of my case. All of the idiotic theories, empty opinions, false accusations is all the ignorant world knows from all the pertinent private case details available to everyone except me. My thing is, if you have all these fans, why have you not just had them print off everything off the court website and send it to you? Do you have no one in your life you can contact and say, hi, all of these case things are apparently available online. Can you print them and send them to me? It took me 5 minutes to find this shit. Available to everyone except me, the defendant in my case. How can I defend myself? I can't. So everything gets meaner, more evil, corrupt, and out of control. I believe this is what a trial is for, right? The world is supposed to learn everything about my case during the trial, right? This is not justice or a system, right? All fairness has been completely removed, right? So were any of my questions answered? Was anything at all clarified regarding evaluations, amendment violations, case-sensitive protection, suppression? What's the video hit count reach now? My last letter, it was over 3 million. How much does that shareable income make for everyone? Did anyone locate my attorney or discovery? Everything everyone everywhere in the world knows, has seen or listened to all of my discovery, again, except me. In the meantime, here's a corner piece to my convoluted puzzle. All are wondering when it will finally be put together to see what the real picture is. And also a huge disentanglement of only an inkling of some of the misunderstandings and ignorance swirling about in my case. Before you try wearing my slides, know where they've been. My attorneys, 6. When and as I've said numerous times in my previous letters, why not by choice I am on a 6th attorney. Here is some clarity so everyone can finally have some understanding why my slides are so worn, but most definitely workable still. Attorney number 1, private, February 2020 to May 2022. This attorney sold me the world, promised exoneration, and supplied an overabundance of other continuous false hopes. So I would accept his offer to become my attorney. He had no idea what my case was going to be or was really about. Yeah, because he probably didn't see the video yet. Then he deserted me, his client, naive and new, 2 weeks before my first scheduled trial due to irreconcilable differences, meaning I was not persuaded enough to agree with what he wanted me to say or do, and was not what happened. There was no trust. There was no strategy. And if there was, I was never included in on it, or an innumerable amount of other case defining details and questions left unanswered before going to trial. I felt he was sabotaging my case and setting me up for failure due to his micro amount of experience, which I found out after the fact and was not disclosed prior to my acceptance of his representation, and my macro-sized case. Nonetheless, we did meet to discuss my case, and I asked for updates about any progress. He would start talking to me about his client in Colombia, his clown of a sister-in-law, his nephew going to water parks, trips she's taken, his regrets, where he bought his gold sneakers, and many other unrelated, unimportant, time-consuming stories. All the while, I'm trying to figure out what's going on and why he's not answering any of my questions. Nothing was ever completed or accomplished or communicated, building 1,000 fires, waiting and needing to be put out before making another to be left ablaze. I was always ignored and in the dark, conjuring the dreadful perpetual question mark looming still over my head. So much I prepared an 8-page packet for Judge Wayne C. Wooten to provide during both court dates, defending myself against my attorney's untrue, unresearched withdrawals. No one asked me nor permitted to speak my truth, to help him and the court understand my real concerns, along with the carryover since day one. I was trying to avoid going through any of this again going forward. It had already been 2.3 years. I wanted the judge to include me. And no, I have a side also in everything. Plus, I knew Judge Wooten would be appointing my next attorney in hopes he would listen and appoint a more suitable, experienced one accordingly to save time for everyone to progressively move forward. He must have been throwing darts at a dartboard, blindfolded. This attorney, number one, is untrustworthy, unreliable, unprofessional with poor leadership skills, and is extremely unorganized. He was unable to perform ethically, and as an adult, ignoring his client, misleading and deceiving. He didn't even respect me enough to speak before his withdrawal to try and remedy or figure anything out to stop. I was totally blindsided because of the magnitude of his ineptness and dereliction of duty as a result, withdrawing from my case at the 11th hour after taking over 2 years with nothing I knew of but disappointment. I could have reported him to the Florida bar for legal malpractice. Exhaustion 1. I am also still waiting on him to release all of my case files and documents obtained and acquired and accrued during his representation, including well over 100 pages of my handwritten notes and information, which is irreplaceable. He is still not helping. Him no longer being my attorney was not my choice. Yes, it was with your actions. Attorney number 2, number 3, number 4, public defenders appointed by Judge Court, May 2020 to June 2020. Judge Wayne C. Newton and the court. They're the same. Stop saying and the court. And the court repeatedly appointed me public defenders, 3, without any research or care. And after continuously explained to each and tried to the judge court, they could not represent me due to their representations of the decedent. We've done our homework, I was told. I received 3 withdrawals, none by choice. Definitely not systematic. Side note, it is disgusting the way she talks about the man she killed, who she said she loved, and referring to him as the decedent. It just feels like such disrespect. She has showed no remorse or even being upset a little bit that he's gone. Not in one letter has she ever shown any form of grief for the situation that could have easily played better for her if she was like, I'm just really anxious and upset all the time because I'm still really emotional over this whole case. I just want resolution. I want people to know that I didn't kill George, that I love George, and I just want people to know the truth. So, that's why I'm writing these letters. But no, it's me, 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 me. Why am I not secure? Why am I not? Where's my discovery, my discovery, my discovery? She cares more about that discovery than she does the death of George. And that's just a fact. Attorney number 5, conflict, appointed by judge, June 2020, July 2020. Upon our first and only meeting, this attorney expressed his mass confusion in why he was appointed by Judge Wooten, as he was leaving for a teaching job out of Orlando within the week. I learned more from this attorney in one meeting regarding my case than all prior combined. It was extremely disheartening he could not continue representation and set the bar going forward, especially regarding honesty and respect. I received only 2 letters from him, 1 introduction, 1 withdrawal. He also did not know where any of my discovery was or notes. Now 5 attorneys later, not by choice. Of course, she idolizes the one who told her everything she wants to hear. He probably told her everything she wants to hear because he knows that he's leaving, and so it doesn't really matter. Other attorneys probably tried to hold things back to establish a relationship. He was like, nah, I'll just tell you whatever you want. Attorney number 6, conflict, appointed by Judge Court, July 2022, present. 1 year marks 7/11/23, 12 months, 365 days, 52 weeks summarized, 8 total months, 240 days and counting were our are with absolutely no communication in any form, completely inactive. Total amount of hours as court-appointed attorney, over 8,760. Total times met with client, me, 6. Total hours spent with client, 7. Total phone numbers given to client from attorney, 2. Numbers that work, 0. Total time speaking to client via phone, 0. Total number of 15-minute video visits with client, 4. Total number of letters sent to attorney trying to communicate, 8. Total number of letters to the judge trying to communicate my unsuccessful communication with my attorney in hopes he will communicate with him to communicate with me, 7. Letters to other parties to communicate, 3. Total times in court, 3. 1 was an attempted withdrawal, 2 carry over and over. The last time I saw my attorney, May 18th, 2023. Where is the progress after 1 entire complete year? Unknown. Everyone, please look on the Orange County, Florida Clerk of Court's website and see it for yourself. Oh my gosh, stop talking to your potential jurors that you're worried about seeing your stuff. And so you're directing them where to go. How about you direct your friend to go there and print off your stuff and send it to you, since we know all. Am I looking at it wrong? So you are looking at it. You are what? How do you not have everything if you're looking at it? Oh my God, I can't. Am I looking at it wrong? Reading the contents incorrectly? The mass majority of work seems to be for my correspondence. Yeah, because you won't shut the f up. If not my letters, there's minutes, some live, to view from my non-progressive, lackluster court dates stating the same information and same continuances, and of course, none of my comments, concerns, or questions from any. I don't just sit there, edited, like my case. Yeah, that's why they're saying you don't need to be at everything. Court cases are slow and they take time. I feel it more important also to communicate to everyone so you understand the undertaking it is for an inmate to attend court and why it is so important to me to have progress to report to make the day count. We are woken up at 3 a.m., taken to a holding cell and wait 4+ hours, then taken to the courthouse and put in another holding cell for however many hours until court time, for only a 5 to 10 minute opportunity in front of the judge to say anything, if at all. Then taken to another holding cell for however long, transported back to another holding cell, wait however long, then taken to another holding cell, then back to our dorm. Most court dates are court days, spent between 8 to 14 hours for little to no time to speak. It's important to me, us, we matter, hence my letters. What will be said for this one, I wonder? That is how this system works. They keep telling you you do not need to be there, and you said, I want to be there no matter if it's important, significant, or not. This is exactly why they leave you at home, because it is a waste of your time. And normally these kind of court updates are 5 to 10 minutes. You are not there to say anything. This is not an open mic for you. This is the court has to say something to the attorney has to say something to the court, and they're done. They don't ever have to let you say anything. And if they do, that's a courtesy. And it's because you're probably nagging them to say something. Like Lois Lane looking in the skies for Superman, I'm hoping, praying for an attorney to step up and truly represent me with honesty, intensity, understanding, respect, and perspective. When they introduce themselves, they can meet also the real me, properly. Not the Frankenstein monster I'm being so wrongfully and incorrectly pieced together as from all the propagandized, lucrative defamation and attempted destruction of my character and still intact integrity. Clearly, also everyone can see all of the aforementioned information regarding my attorneys was not ever a strategy of mine, nor will be. Is it a strategy of the judge and court? They are the same. Judge Wooten, will I be included, please, in my upcoming status hearing prior to my PTC? which is also the 1 year mark of my attorney number 6 on 7/11/23? Will I be permitted? I was not. Attendance from you like all the news channels and professional YouTubers? I hope I finally see my attorney, whom will, I'm sure, tell me, as you so graciously explained to me in my last PTC I was made a part of, consuming my minutes of your invaluable time, that you and he have other clients. I am a client and have been for over a year with this attorney. How? How has it been over a year when you said you're upcoming on your 1 year mark attorney on your PTC date? See, she contradicts herself, even handwritten. So you have been over a year with this attorney, but your upcoming 1 year mark. Okay. And paid tax dollars to utilize all of my available resources, including and not limited to a state or government attorney appointed by the court. And you will always have clients. You never know when you may become one yourself. Please do not discredit my truth. I am who, not what. Respectful and diligent, Sarah Boone. There is nothing in these 7 pages remotely respectful.
I'm sorry, it's getting harder for me to wait until the end of these letters because they're just so infuriating. This is another 10 out of 10 for me. She was definitely on one while writing this one. Yeah, you just see the contradiction of, I want to be at every single one of my appearances. Every single one is important to me. Now it's, why are these all the exact same things? It takes my whole day up and nothing gets done, and you won't even let me speak in court. Yeah, that's why they tell you you're not necessary there, but you won't listen until you see it for yourself, and then you want to change how the process is done. They are 5 to 10 minutes because the judge is cycling through. When they say we have other clients and other priorities, it's because they have a whole docket scheduled for the day. In, out, in, out, in, out. They cannot waste 10, 15, 20 minutes of you talking in circles, saying the exact same arguments, expecting to get new, fresh answers all of a sudden. But yeah, with each new letter rereading, I think she needs to go back and reread her own letters. That way she won't be surprised as to why she has to defend herself. Judge Kranick went through all of these and is taking all of this in and is very much like, yeah, she won't let anyone represent her. She doesn't even want Kranick to be the judge. There will never be a good enough judge. There will never be a good enough lawyer. She will extend it as long as she can until she somehow finds a loophole out of it. And now she sees the walls are closing in and she's lashing out even more.
Letter 10, August 2nd, 2023. Honorable Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Please see the included letter I received from my investigator communicating with me to provide an update on why I have been unable to meet since our last uneventful meeting with my attorney, Frank Bankowitz, on May 18th, 2023. My investigator also has not been able to make contact in attempts to move forward and produce very much needed and overdue progress in my case. I, as Mr. Bankowitz's client, cannot communicate with him via phone due to him still not activating one of 2 numbers he's given that do not work. And he keeps giving me different reasons why each time I ask to keep trying. This has been ongoing for 13 months and counting. By not activating, he is actively hindering progress, compiling even greater amounts of carryover, and in the meantime, information for review when, if we do eventually meet in person. Last time to date was 77 days prior, 77 days. Prior to that, 98 days, and 147 days prior to that date. With the aforementioned being said, Judge Wayne C. Wooten, would you please be gracious enough to communicate with Mr. Bankowitz to supply the requested simple information my investigator needs, considering the number of days, weeks, in between our meetings with him, and we can be working in the meantime until he is able to visit with me. his client of over a year now, adding to the soon-to-be 4 years I have been here already. Please see previous letter regarding all 6 of my attorneys. My innumerable attempts have been completely unsuccessful in any form of communication with Mr. Bankowitz via phone, letters, emails, and voicemails, attempted by an outside source. Fun fact, outside sources can't get information from your lawyer, otherwise anyone would do that. What else can I do, Your Honor? It seems my only hope is for a court date, which I am included in, where my attorney's attendance is mandatory, and I can vie for his attention during the minutes beforehand while in the courtroom. I'm sure all the allowed live cameras could provide footage of me doing so every time. I don't want to waste any more time, and catch up in the courtroom is unfair and ridiculous. When can we have a real meeting? Please enable progress, Judge Wayne C. Wooten, not hinder. Justice system means we have to work together. I've got the whole world incorrectly against me already. As stated by my investigator, we are at a loss without communication in any form with Mr. Bankowitz. Thank you for your invaluable time. I'm grateful for your ethical awareness, fairness, understanding, perspective. Activate the inactivity. Please, again, thank you. Actively seeking successful in anything. Sarah Boone.
So here she go again, moving the goalpost all the time. She's saying that she's not having any communication with her lawyer and he's not doing anything. Then when they do meet, it's uneventful meetings. So the communication they do have is never going to be good enough. And she uses that very abstract term again for her of no progress. At first it was, if he's not meeting with me in person, then we're not making progress. Now it's, if he's not accepting my phone calls, then we're not making progress. Then it's, when we do meet in person, it's uneventful. Then when it's, we're on the phone calls, it's just plain recap, and so we're not having good enough progress. It is never going to be good enough. So of course he shouldn't answer those phones. Unless there was a court order that demanded me to pick up that phone call, I wouldn't either, not until she learned how to act right. She has such a condescending way with her words that is evident throughout all of these letters, but it just keeps, it's just the same phrasing again and again. So whenever she uses invaluable time, you know that she's undercutting and trying to insult, being like, I know you think your time is so much above mine, so thank you for giving me your invaluable time. Thank you for your ethical awareness, fairness, understanding, and perspective, all insinuating that you didn't have these things before I made you aware of them. So now that I've made you aware of them, this is your opportunity that I'm giving you to correct yourself. So thank you for doing that. Activate the inactivity. She does think about these one-liners. I don't know why, but I just feel like there's a whole bunch of crumpled papers around her bed of her just going through phrase after phrase until she finds the one that says, yup, that's the one. That's the one that's going to eat them up. Here we go. And goes flat again. But this ending thing of actively seeking success in anything, I believe that is really true, and I believe that's the core root of all of this. She wants a win. Some people need a win in anything to feel like that they've accomplished something. She also said that in her last hearing, where she said, why hasn't anyone tried to get me a bond? Because you're in there for murder? Duh. But why hasn't anyone get me a bond? Because my fans would pay whatever sky-high bond it is so that I could say I actually achieved something in here. As though, and that's the goal that she has, but you're not entitled to achieve anything. You're not entitled to a bond. She says she is, but not when you're in there for second-degree murder. Unless you have that shmoney. She's also under this misconception that the judge is there to make sure that you succeed or have a success. The judge is not there for that at all. They're there to play neutral, to judge the facts, to make sure that all of your rights are protected and that you have an equal opportunity. You do. Your defense has to have the equal opportunity. It does not mean you specifically need to. She really doesn't understand how unnecessary she is to this whole process. They only need her to answer, do you want to plead guilty, non-guilty? Do you want a bench trial, jury trial? Do you want to testify or not? Other than that, they can pretty much run this whole thing without her. So she is not an equal party. Her defense has to have an equal opportunity, which they have, but because they're not meeting with her to show her every little thing, then they haven't. And if she doesn't know about every little thing, then that means everyone's failing. No. Sometimes lawyers have to lie to you and keep things away from you because you will ruin your chances. And then they're not being a zealous advocate if they are knowingly doing things or allowing things that could harm your defense when they know they can put it into it, ignore it, or avoid it altogether. She sees that as an injustice when it is actually them just trying to protect her. And you see this in all the withdrawals when they all refuse to get into the specifics about why they have to withdraw and say adversarial relationship, ethical considerations, because if they were honest and they did tell all the information that she would like them to tell, which then she would put in these letters almost guaranteed, then it would prejudice her case for now and in the future. And then she would have an argument for ineffective assistance of counsel. Not really, but more than what she has now.
Okay, so this is the letter from her investigator, Prison Break Investigations. Oh my gosh. Her investigator is called Prison Break Investigations. Okay, what's this quick little email that I can actually read because it's typed? Sarah, I have received your letter. I have made multiple attempts to contact your attorney, Mr. Bankowitz, since our meeting, but unfortunately, I have been unsuccessful. I am not sure what is causing the issue. On May 22nd, 2023, I sent him an email requesting him to contact the jail so that I can have access to visit you and proceed with the mitigation process in person. Additionally, I sent 2 text messages to his phone on June 1st, 2023, and again on June 6th, 2023, but received no response. Without a letter from the attorney sent to the jail, I am unable to visit you in person at the jail. I am at a loss until I can reestablish contact with Mr. Bankowitz. If you wish, you can write to me, and I will send a letter as soon as I am able to get in touch with him again. Billy, Chief Investigator, Prison Break Investigation. You better get you a Chief Investigator.
Apparently, they're all former and retired law enforcement who still want to be investigators on the side, which I'm here for. Get your money. But that is really funny that she somehow found them. It's definitely a desperate move, but I don't even know what she thinks she's going to get from an investigator. Does she think this investigator is going to find out who done it? It was you. You found out who done it that night. So I don't really get it. Is he trying to dig up dirt on George to make it sound like his fault? Who knows? Which it has to be, right? Like that has to be her intention, because there's no other way she gets off unless she somehow pins it on someone else. She said people are trying to pin this on her in her interrogation. I'm like, you pinned it on yourself. An investigator isn't going to find something new.
Letter number 11. August 26, 2023. 100 more days of no communication. Judge Wooten, how do you feel about your attorney withdrawing? During an attempted video visit by a misrepresented, shifty reporter, this is how I was made aware of my attorney, Frank J. Bankowitz, cowardly and for the second time trying to ungracefully bow out of my case. Mr. Matt Johnson, please honor the integrity and ethics of a real reporter and not camouflage yourself as my friend in order to push your way through the rules and regulations of the correctional facility. Professional is also an option when scheduling, but clearly does not pertain to you. Just don't schedule at all, as I have nothing to report to you or Court TV altogether. You're not even a real news channel, and only add to the confusion and hysterics wrongfully and illegally and inappropriately concocted in my case. Do not contact. From my perspective, am I surprised my attorney is trying yet again to give up completely? No. Is it a blessing? Yes. Let's be honest. Frank J. Bankowitz is a dud of an attorney. He is unprofessional, hides, lies, and is disrespectful. I had a feeling when other attorneys spoke about him, winced, sighed, rolled eyes, saying they have some of his clients. And after finding his 3 public reprimands, I announced to the court, and which he said pissed him off, being the reason for his first attempted withdrawal. This was going to be an adventure, but nonetheless, hoped for the best. Unfortunately, I seem to have gotten the worst. Thankfully, there are many other professional and scrupulous, valiant attorneys still available, and hopefully, after all my previous letters and 6 withdrawals to date, not by my choice, Judge Wooten, you will remove the blindfold this time when throwing your darts of justice at the remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly dartboard, and you wear glasses. So let's go for the bullseye. Please. Thank you in advance for hopefully caring this time. Also, if you are insistent on continuing to be my judge, as revolution is supposed to be every 2 years, I'm going on 4 now. And you've stated to me in your courtroom previously, I have not because I ask not. May you please observe and act independently as a judge and utilize your judicial authority to judicially maintain forward direction of proper, lawful, ethical treatment and respect of the client. In any case, effective communication between all parties, especially the client and attorney, is being made productive. Regular progress is being achieved, and all around fairness of and in every aspect is constant. Aren't you tired of getting my letters always asking about the same questions, concerns, and drab information? Please do not ignore and avoid what I have to say any longer, as I'm sure the taxpayers are unapproving of their tax dollars, mine too, being wasted for all my attorneys. You keep blundering. It took almost 14 months before my I told you so moment with Bankowitz and all my other attorneys. 42 months total. Please also see, finally, the absolute unfairness, fabrications, impediments, illegalities, and dysfunctions ongoing in my case, and how truly, unmistakably ransacked by the justice system and perverted by the whole world my entire case has been and become. Add yourself to the mayhem, hype, and added difficulties. I have an unfair opportunity in everything with all the predisposed, non-permissive, illegally distributed, case-altering, sensitive information and details spread globally for everyone's viewing except me. My hand is known before the cards are even out the box. There's not a bell anywhere that hasn't already been rung for all to hear. Seeds have been planted, all illegally and unfairly. For the monumental amount of time allowing the world to abuse and devastate my private case information, lack of proper orders, not having an appropriate attorney, and non-existent security or protection of any kind for all said information becoming so easily acceptable, mutated, and shared without my permission, and before my trial, it is unfair and unlawful that a heavily prejudiced, ignorant, incorrect prejudgment has been made as a result. This could have been stopped, lessened, or averted if someone was doing their job correctly. I am still doing mine by telling you so. I am not wrong. No, still, I believe it all depends on how much money, notoriety, and benefits anyone and everyone can get for themselves, and however. Side note, she has said this all the time. I'm so over it. But let's do a little experiment. I just did this long ass video with all of her letters. Give me the fame, the notoriety, the subscribes, the likes, all of it. Let's just put it to the test. Let's just see if it works. No matter the destruction caused or the ominous, irreparable shadow made along the very lucrative way, a system for all the wrong reasons. As for Bankowitz and his irreconcilable differences, This means because I asked again about his phantom phone numbers and any progress occurring since not speaking to him in months, and after 408 days, 58 weeks plus 9,792 hours of his representation from the date of appointment 7/11/22 to withdrawal attempt 8/22/23, and 2 phone numbers given, 0 working, 0 calls answered, 10 letters from me client trying to communicate, no response, 8 letters from me client to judge, no response productively, 4 letters from me client to my investigator asking him to attempt communication on my behalf to Bankowitz, 5 known attempts by investigator, see 8/2/23 letter, by himself directly and on my behalf, no response. 9 attempts made by outside sources on my behalf, including phone calls, voicemails, emails, no response. Also, trying to use recycled components in my case, no discovery, witness list, research, orders instructions, records, depositions, downloads, etc. after 13 months. Nothing but confirmation of his lack of professionalism, principles, disrespect, lies, and not caring. And please note, 11 out of 13 months are with no communication, none in any forms. The only difference is I want progress, productivity, honesty, respect, and results. If he were such a professional attorney from the beginning and not selling me on his stable of witnesses, historical background, and all his abundant resources, he wouldn't be still avoiding and cowering behind his new second attempt to withdraw, number 2 per motion to withdraw. Clearly, everyone can see anyone not lobotomized in my slides would be highly unsatisfied with Bankowitz's overall performance as an attorney. See prior data. And no dedication has been made on his part in my case or any productive progress or effort. What time has been put forth solely? The 7 out of 9,792 in 13 months? Number 3 per motion to withdraw. And as I've reminded Bankowitz during one of our 4 video visits and him repeatedly telling me how busy he is with all his other murder cases after, again, no communication for months, I politely raised my hand to the camera where he could see me and said, "Murder case. I am your client also and have been. When do I get to go to trial like all the other clients?" He said he had to think about everything and disconnected. No word since, 100 days later, except for the withdrawal I learned about from court TV, not him. Number 4 per motion to withdraw. Judge Wooten, with everything I have stated and all my information produced to you in all of my previous letters, so you are aware, clearly Bankowitz should not continue being my attorney. Wouldn't you agree? Clearly, you should have listened and reviewed much earlier when I was trying to communicate to you 10 letters ago, just about him. Please listen and include me going forward. It is my right. Oh God. This page is printed upside down. With that being said, and because in the past you have stated to me you have other priorities, not allowing me rightful, appropriate time to speak in your courtroom. When am I allowed permittance to my meetings? And I am on your schedule for that day. 4 times going to court with Bankowitz. Total times with all other attorneys, 3. 7 times in ongoing 4 years. 1, April 29th, 2022, first attorney withdrawal attempt. Judge made revised twice. 2, May 10th, 2022, first attorney withdrawal attempt. Agreed and granted. Trial was 5/23. 3, December 27th, 2022, sixth attorney withdrawal attempt. Denied. I never even knew about it until stated in court during status hearing. No copies received yet. 4, February 10th, 2023, status hearing, carryover. 5, March 31st, 2023, status hearing, carryover. 6, May 25th, 2023, status hearing, carryover. Judge stated I was delaying trial. Me. Hence my letter dated 6/29/23, hand delivered second copy 7/21/23. 7. July 21st, 2023, status hearing, carryover. Judge stated he has other priorities for the day when I was trying to address the court. Please grant Frank J. Bankowitz's motion to withdraw dated 8/22/23 as my attorney. I, Sarah Boone, permit Judge Wayne C. Wooten to release Frank J. Bankowitz entirely from my case for obvious aforementioned reasons stated. I will allow withdrawn when it should be termination. We all know it. Me and my hope. Next. You hear that, Judge Wooten? She is allowing you to grant the motion. She definitely has narcissism in here, and I don't like to throw around that word because I feel like it's misused a lot. This is kind of textbook narcissism. I don't think she genuinely can help thinking about anyone but herself. She did it from the second the police showed up to now. It has always been about her. She doesn't care about any justice for George. You know, she's not horrified that he died. She is the one who's facing the injustice, according to her. It's all her, and he's just dead, and it's whatever. She thinks she should just be able to go home after this. She honestly thinks she is going home after this. I don't know how. I don't know what delusion you live in. It has to be your own world where you only think about yourself, because that's all I'm seeing here. And it's disheartening because I wanted to have compassion for her. And I did at one point, but that was erased by her behavior. In the meantime, of the selection of my next attorney, aim, please. And also going forward, please enable and support me in still trying to utilize my constitutional rights and as a still proud citizen of the United States, and stop willingly, actively allowing the violations of said rights. See previous letter dated 5/15/23. Please include me. Please listen to what I have to say. No one else does or has. It's my case. Hopefully, futuristically, with a better, more appropriate professional attorney of your choosing, less letters, if any, will be generated, and more time you will have to dedicate to all your priorities you made known to me in the past. See, she is so offended that she is not considered a priority because she can only think about herself. She believes everyone else can only think about her too. Please know also, Your Honor, I know I am not priority, as you condescendingly and incorrectly stated, nor am I making myself out to be, or ever have been, in anything my entire life. I am a client to my attorney, now seventh and all prior, an inmate to the county jail and criminal case for your righteous judgment. Still, I believe she put in this, I am not a priority, nor have I ever made myself to be in my entire life, because she's gotten this before. She's definitely gotten that comment of, Sarah, it's not always about you. It's not always about you. I'm not making it about me. It's this person's fault and this person's fault. Everyone's being mean to me, me. It's not about me. I'm not making this about me. Clearly, after yet another letter from me and another withdrawal, not by choice, and 42 uneventful months later, still looking for the starting line, and 7 times more, nothing has been made priority. Please help Bankowitz wipe the sweat from his brow and inform him he can stop self-sabotaging. He is no longer my attorney. Amen. My perseverance is real. So is my truth. I can't wait to meet the bullseye. Court appointed. Audacious gratitude. Sarah Boone. Important. Please send me a copy of this letter as the court used to. Consistency. So I have receipt and know it was received and hopefully read. I do not have the resources being in jail still to make this needed copy myself, nor the pen ink to rewrite. Hopefully my next letter will be less involved from all the necessary remedies being made. Also, my attorney is really an attorney. Thank you in advance for the copy. 10 pages, your caring and precious time. I will look for in the mail once the copy has been mailed. Again, so grateful, Sarah Boone. My God, this was probably her most unhinged letter yet.
This definitely gets a 10 out of 10 on the scale. When she said my next letter, she's already telling you that she's going to keep playing these games. And when Kranick made his decision, he reviewed all of these letters, and she revealed, hopefully my next letter will be less involved, meaning I 100% without a doubt will keep playing this game, and that there is nothing that can happen within the meantime of what you could do or what anyone else could do. You are still getting another letter about complaining, and then I will complain that it was uploaded, or I will complain that it was not uploaded. The I permit you to let him go and release him as my attorney, she just needs to have some semblance of control always, and that is the hallmark sign of an abuser. She said so many just horrifying things in this that really revealed the kind of abuser that she is. When people say phrases like, "Aren't you tired of my letters? Aren't you tired of all of this?" It's basically admitting, aren't you tired of the abuse I'm putting you through? Wouldn't it be easier if you just did what I said? And then blames the victim for her abusing you. I wouldn't abuse you if you just listened to what I said. I wouldn't have hit you if you just listened to what I said. I would not be sending a letter if you just listened to what I said. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson? And she keeps saying, I don't know why he had irreconcilable differences. ... He's a buffoon. ... Dud of an attorney. ... Judge, make sure that you open your eyes when you throw your darts of injustice or whatever. This metaphor is a mess. And you wear glasses. So let's really go for it. How does she think anyone is supposed to respond positively to what she's saying? And then she'll get mad when they don't and say, I was super respectful. I politely raised my hand after he told me he had a lot of other clients and some of them were on death row. And I politely raised my hand and reminded him, I'm a murder case too. Why didn't you think about me? You told me about all your other clients, but that wasn't about me. So I need to remind you what we should be talking about. And if you were in my slides, just to remind you that she's in jail. And she said in jail still, yes. The only place you are moving from jail is to prison. So yes, maybe you are upset that you are still in jail, but you are just rushing your way to prison. You are not going home. She also likes weaponizing her position as a client. I'm like, you are an inmate. They are being nice by also giving you the title of client. You are not paying for these services, and these services are not optional. You are not a client, and you can't go somewhere else and get them. I mean, you could, but you're broke. Then she's mad she can't speak inside the courtroom. You are not entitled to speak. She just has so many warped perceptions about how the court system is supposed to work versus how it actually works. And just because you don't know how it actually works does not make it unjust. So she says that she hasn't lost any attorneys by choice, but this is a choice. You are saying you permit him and that you want him off. So that is you making the choice. Just because he made the withdrawal first, he got the first withdrawal denied. Judge Wooten was going to make y'all just work it out. But then once you gave permission and asked for him to be removed, he was removed. On to the next one.
All right, number 12, August 30th, 2023. Clerk of Courts, Judge Wooten. Anyone so confused, so tired of the perpetual question marks over my head, as usual, thanks to the ongoing convolution of everything from no communication, no system, not including me, and no care. And I can't ask my attorney because he's trying to withdraw again. I wouldn't get a response anyway. It's funny how the only piece of correspondence via mail I have actually received from Bankowitz is his motion to withdraw as counsel. Number 2. Judge Wooten, please clarify my requested information as follows, so I, the defendant in my case, can prepare and plan accordingly. See letter dated 6/29/23, hand delivered, second copy 7/21/23.
What is going on? This information in question is all I have from an outside source on looking on the clerk's website to keep me updated, since no one else will. I've tried to dilute some of the question marks, but need you, Judge Wooten, to help me get it correct and begin my preparation. Please clarify and send copies for file July 21st, 2023, title notice of hearing for pretrial conference when September 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant receives copy. Yes, from court. Is defendant attending? Unknown. Why didn't I receive a copy from attorney? But you got one from the court. Okay. Filed July 26, 2023, title notice of ex parte for notice of ex parte when September 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant receive copy? No, from either. Need copy. Is defendant attending? Unknown. I thought the PTC was on this date. See previous filing. Is this meeting for the recycled psychologist? Why didn't I receive a copy from court? Why didn't I receive copy from attorney? Filed August 22nd, 2023, notice of hearing for status hearing when September 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant received copy? Yes, from court. Is defendant attending? Unknown. Is this for the motion to withdraw? It was filed on same day. If not, what for specifically? Why didn't I receive a copy from my attorney? Okay, this is annoying the F out of me. Get out of here. So if you get a copy, you're happy, but you're not happy because you didn't get a copy from the court and your attorney. When you don't get a copy, you're upset. That makes sense. If you don't have a copy, that's fine. If you get a copy from the court or your attorney, be quiet. Not this, I need to get 2 copies from everyone. If I'm not getting 2 copies from everyone, then this is illegal and all my constitutional rights. Me. Filed August 22nd, 2023. Title, motion to withdraw as counsel. Defendant received copy? Yes, from attorney. Why didn't I receive a copy from court? Oh my gosh, the same shit. Filed August 22nd, 2023. Title, notice of hearing for motion to withdraw. Banquet signed documents when September 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Defendant received copy? No, from either. Need copy. Is defendant attending? Unknown. 2 meetings are already scheduled on this day. See previous filings. What is correctly happening? This was filed the same day as attorney's motion to withdraw. Why didn't receive a copy of this from him also? Why didn't the court send a copy with the status hearing notice filed the same day as motion to withdraw? Which date is correct for the actual motion to withdraw? If they're all dated September 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m., that means you are going over all of these things on September 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. She's so smart about everything. How can she not put context clues together? Again, what is going on and when? You're telling me what? You're telling me what? Title. You're telling me when, the date. You know these things. I am rarely included in the certificate of service for any document filed or anything else. It should be an automatic inclusion. Please send revised and or all correct copies of the aforementioned documents so I have for my records, and is the only way I know unless able to find an outside source. Again, receiving copies of notifications, updates, schedules, everything to all my meetings, conferences should be automatic so I know. It is my right. Please include. Finally, am I really the only one who is trying to figure anything out for and about my case to finally conclude? Should I, the defendant of all parties in my case, be included overall and receive necessary, needed copies? Please clarify everything. Sarah Boone.
This letter was sent 4 days after the prior one, so there's not much anything new, just her complaining about the same old stuff, just showing the inconsistency, the goalpost moving with the copies. I need all the copies from everyone. I need you, when I tell you to jump, you need to say how high. So if one person gives me the copies, I need it from both people, or if I don't get it from both people, it's corruption. No. And then she talks about her outside resource. I'm like, so you have an outside source, but they're not close enough to be able to print that stuff off and just send it to you. So, but yeah, this gets an 8 out of 10 for me. You know, it's just carrying over what she just sent. And also, I don't get how she thinks sending letters 4 days apart is going to get anything done. There's not enough time for them to even get that letter to read it before you have already written and sent a new one. She is wearing me down. I can feel myself draining from this never ending merry-go-round. And this is exactly how I'm sure everyone in her life feels, where it's like the same talking points repeated ad nauseum until someone gives her what she wants. But I will reveal that this letter was 1 year exactly after she sent her first letter on August 30th, 2022. So everything that we have covered has all been within 1 year.
All right, letter number 13. Let's get it. January 19th, 2024. Honorable Judge Kranig. Finally, a new judge. It's strange how the Lord works, as I was in the process of trying to disqualify Wooten after being my judge 4 years and me still incarcerated with nothing to show, other than 7 different attorneys, not by my choice. News clips of me walking in and out of the courtroom and everything relative to my case permitted to be slathered on the global internet, and in which I have not seen myself. I felt he was the ticket holder to my overly hyped, illicitly distributed, misconstrued criminal case, and great reason I am still here. Again, ongoing 4 years and 7 attorneys later, not by choice, see my letter dated 6/29/23 on clerk's website. Okay, so you have seen it. All right. While still waiting to properly elucidate the court, public, and world, and after whatever the dysfunction was in the attendance part of my most recent PTC status hearing, which I am trying to ensure my automatic attendance futuristically. Please see my draft motion included. Draft motion! She is finally asking the court something. Oh my gosh, she finally learned. She put something legal in there. Can't wait to get to it. Sure, it's a mess. Please see my draft motion included. I am still trying to have my attorney submit on my behalf. I wanted to bring to your judicial attention the following information so you and the world are aware. It is not I who am delaying trial, as Wooten inappropriately accused me of doing in a past hearing. Especially now you have mandated a trial date to be had in May with no further continuances, leaving less than 4 months to put together and complete what should and could have been done already. What happened in all the 4 years prior? Please see all my correspondence online. To date, Winston E. Hobson has been my court-appointed attorney for 133 days and counting. To date, Mr. Hobson has only met with me 1 time for a total of 3 hours, 11/7/23. I bet those were the longest 3 hours of his life. To date, no phone calls have been received by Mr. Hobson, as his phone does not work properly for further, immediate, much-needed communication to be made between client and attorney. To date, I have mailed 5 letters to Mr. Hobson, trying to communicate my urgent need to speak to him. To date, I sent 1 letter to the investigator in my case to contact Hobson to contact me and see if he can assist in correcting the phone problem. Also, to inquire when anyone is coming. To date, I feel I am not being included or heard or cared about in my case. Again, side note, girl, don't nobody care about you. Don't nobody need to care about you or have to care about you. This is a murder trial. The alleged murderer is the one we care about the least in this case. I don't think she still knows that she's the villain in this. From the continued miscommunication, again with Mr. Hobson, and time-consuming, undiscussed entries are being made on my behalf. The continuance I did not know about, the waiver of appearance I did not know about, along with other documents, and I am never sent copies of anything filed, so I know. I keep trying to tell him about with no response furthering the already massive dysfunction in my 4-year case. I was hoping in the PTC status hearing on Tuesday, 1/16/24, I could at least play catch up in the courtroom for 5 minutes, so many of my attorneys have done prior, including Mr. Hobson and the one court date I've had for a continuance of a continuance, 10/30/23, to express and emphasize the need for him to communicate and schedule a second very overdue meeting. I still have not even heard from Mr. Hobson about our missed PTC status hearing. What's the status? To date, 1 out of 133 days and counting, attorney and his client have met. To date, 3 out of now 3,192 hours, attorney and client have discussed partial general case information. To date, I still have not seen my discovery. If she does not stop about this discovery, I don't know what she thinks is in there. So if anyone doesn't know what discovery is, it's basically what both sides have, what the defense has, what the prosecution has, and they swap information so that everyone knows everything that will come out in trial. She should have all the defense discovery because it is her side and her life. I don't know what she thinks. So she must want the prosecution's discovery. Basically, I think she wants to know, did they find anything under the fingernails? What else did they find on my phone? She needs to know all of these little things so that she can start coming up with lies. She's anxious because she's like, I can't lie on the stand impromptu. I need to preempt my lies. So I need to know what's coming my way. My discovery, my discovery, my discovery. Well, enjoy every single page of your discovery. Your Honor, when is the next status hearing, please? Especially since we were not at the last PTC status hearing, and especially since I am trying to communicate with my attorney in more than one way to fully maximize and utilize the minute amount of time allotted before trial. My fair, appropriate, lawful trial? I still am wondering why, though I've had to wait for 4 years for something to finally happen in my case. Ask Judge Wooten. I wonder also, was I the oldest case on his docket? Either way, I'm still here, waiting patiently and very excited to get this highly anticipated show on the road. I await your overdue and very needed judicial direction, supervision, and intervention. Thank you in advance, Judge Kranick. Welcome. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. I almost forgot. This is her welcome letter to him. This is her supposed to be honorable, Judge Kranick. This is her still supposed to be nice. Mess. All right, here's the motion. Her first time writing a motion, which if she had these in her other letters, she might have actually had things done. Things may have gotten done. Sarah Boone, defendant. Motion to be included in and allowed admittance to all defendants' pretrial conferences and hearings. Comes now defendant Sarah Boone by and through her undersigned attorney, Winston E. Hobson, respectfully requests permittance to all my pretrial conferences and hearings ongoing until the conclusion of my criminal case. Sorry, I laughed, but it goes, she's like, defendant Sarah Boone wants to be included in her undersigned attorney in order to attend all my pretrial. I don't think she knows you're not supposed to refer to yourself in legal writing, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Per FRCP Rule 3.2201, the following is stated to lawfully allow my inclusion, participation, and requested admittance. 1. The trial court may hold one or more pretrial conferences to consider such matters as will promote a fair and expeditious trial. The defendant must be present at any pretrial conference unless the defendant's presence is waived in writing or on the record by the defendant or by the defendant's counsel with the defendant's consent. In support, the defendant alleges as follows. 1. These pretrial conferences are for my personal individual criminal case. If professional YouTubers, news channels, court TV, etc. are given permission and allowed entry to the courtroom for viewing, and the judge also is allowing the conferences to be streamed live with all the court minutes uploaded to the internet and world, I, the defendant, should be included foremost. 2. I may not have regular, consistent updates or communication with my court-appointed attorney, and by attending all my PTC and hearings, I will know current status, important dates, casework being completed, changes in parties, timeframes, expectations, all permitted information. I, the defendant, have a right to know, want, and need to regarding my case. All information is important, relative, and necessary to me. 3. I am not consistently included in the certificates of service and sent copies of any documents being filed in court regarding my case, as requested numerous times by the defendant in writing and verbally in the courtroom, neither by the judge, the court, or my attorneys. By attending my pretrial conferences, I will know what documents have been filed, need to be, and will be for and in my case. Another way I can know what is going on in my case and being worked on. 4. In complete overall support, it is my right by law as an individual defendant and inmate to be included in any and all developments made in my case. It also is my right to finally achieve success in any and every aspect possible in my case. By attending and being included in my pretrial conferences and hearings, said success can and will be accomplished fairly, faster, properly. Wherefore, the defendant, Sarah Boone, respectfully asks the Honorable Court to grant my motion to be included going forward to all defendants' pretrial conferences and hearings. Certificate of Service. I certify that an original of this document has been filed via U.S. mail with the Clerk of Court and of the Ninth Judicial Circuit, and that a copy of this document will be filed in the Florida e-portal to State Attorney and all attorneys or other parties in court record on this 19th day of January 2024. Sarah Boone, Sarah Boone.
Now, while the draft motion isn't great, it's at least something. If she had done this with all of these other letters, things might have actually gotten done, and all of these letters would not have been ignored and just a joke for the whole world to gawk at, because you would have had actual motions asking for actual things. And I think the judge ended up addressing these. I don't know if they gave her what she wanted, but they did respond to this motion. So she knows what she needs to be doing, meaning from now on, there should be motions for every single letter that she sends, right? Or she should be more than aware that you will not get a response if you are not writing a letter including a motion or specifically asking for something legal to happen. You keep saying, I want your judicial assistant. Judicially, you should know that judicially you need to referee judicially. Just saying the word judicially doesn't actually make it a legal objection or request. She's still harping on wanting to achieve success in anything and that she has nothing to show for it. Yeah, because you have not let anything go to fruition. You have not let the process continue, so of course you have nothing left to achieve. I think she sees an accomplishment as in the judge responding, apologizing, the lawyers responding, apologizing, showing her every little thing. Because also, I don't see how seeing every single file of her discovery, every single paper, I don't see how that achieves success or accomplishes anything besides just letting you read something, which does nothing in your case. You reading your entire case does not win you the case. There is no true success in this case, for you or for anyone. I'll give this letter a 7 out of 10. Not the worst, not great.
All right, so here's Sarah Boone's 58-page letter. I already did videos reading this, so I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read these first 2 letters that are in here, which I believe are like 16 pages. So let's hope I can just blitz through it and keep my sanity. Honorable Judge Kranick, ongoing 5 years. Why can't I use my constitutional rights? Am I the only one who cares about the ongoing violations of? Have a bond. Have all my medical records. Have all my digital evidence and discovery. Have all my paperwork, notes, letters, pictures, everything of mine returned by former attorneys. Speak to my investigators. Have a complete download of my phone. Have any of my witness lists. Give any insight, understanding, clarification, truths about my case, especially to my attorney. be listened to by anyone, especially my attorney, be respected for who I am truly, especially by my attorney, and not be disrespected for the mutated, malicious murderer all the world has falsely, incorrectly created and believes me to be treated fairly, lawfully, and be protected by the justice system, properly, rightfully, completely defend myself, see all and know the same as the world can and does, including my attorney, from all the phenomenal, non-permissive amount of my entire case being available online globally before my trial, and most important, before I have seen myself. What doesn't anyone know already about my case? How about my side in everything about everything? Be correctly understood that I am not the problem. For reasons I am on malappointed by the court attorney number 8. See my letter 72123. Say what I want and should, but all the world can and say it all wrong and warped. Why won't my attorney give me an honest answer? Show me everything she says she has and finish reviewing for my case, but withholds from me after I ask repeatedly for and about. Give me an answer other than, I'm putting this to rest. That's not necessary. And I'm not having this conversation with you. Grant me access to anything I ask for in and about my case. Like the detectives in my case, stop putting words in my mouth. Tell me what's going on in my case. It's been well over 100 days she has been my attorney, and I still don't know. Ongoing 5 years. Answer any of my questions. Ever ask me any questions? How can she supposedly know everything she needs to know from what she's been told, heard, read, seen? Reassure she's on my side, for me, not against. Why have I already been judged in the court of public opinion? How did that happen? Why have I been sentenced by anticipation and condemned before my predicted trial? Why does my attorney and all the world think my case is already over? Your Honor, during our first introduction at my last withdrawal of court-appointed attorney number 7, Hobson, you stated to me your uninvolvement with any of my letters I write. I am still going to write my letters, as conduitely they are to the world, where all of my potential jurors are located, and this is the only way anyone, including yourself, knows the very necessary insight to my continued disadvantages, hindrances, impediments I am still experiencing, on top of the new spurring my intentions to write. The race to the pulpit is unfair, and it is important to me that you are aware and understand what transpires when the news cameras are off and we're all in between my status hearings. 2, as so many of the advantageous embezzlers, racketeers, mindless lemmings, and just altogether mean people can use their freedom of speech, not knowing me in any way other than what's been said by all the other mean people and being said incredibly incorrectly, so can I. As the compelling, annoyed detectives in my case, Hipsu had to falsify documents, and Lowen wore his gun for me to see. I am sure you are familiar with, after watching all my plastered, highly misconstrued, over 30 plus million views just on one site, interviews, and in which they both repeatedly attempted to feed me their incorrect, incomplete, hypothesized opinion by stating to me, everyone has their limits. At the seemingly endless point of perpetuality of nonsense and lawlessness still growing, and I very much want to advance to the next level after ongoing 5 years, a genuine concern limit has been reached. Why am I still not being included in my case? How much more of my case and self is being added hourly, especially after this letter gets loose, to the internet, increasing the mass infection and destruction of my hopes to have a fair trial? Anything fair, my side foremost, and wondering now if my attorney
drank the punch like everyone else. All aforementioned reasons, and so many more, for this letter to be written, hoping to deter some of the unfair, one-sided finger-pointing of corruption and malpractice being directed at me only by those in the justice system, who are trying to deflect the shame and shock from me fearlessly challenging the status quo. And it must be so because it's in my face on the computer at the same time on my boob tube television, brainwash ignorant followers of disbelief, conformity, and greed, trying unsuccessfully to make my life by character assassination seem worse than theirs. No, two, when anyone points their finger, one, it's impolite, and two, three point back at you. How many tried to see it? Put the stone down, as there will be no casting of anything today, except maybe for the role of my part for all the pre-conclusion documentaries and crystal ball real-life stories of true crime incorrectly formulated from everyone supposedly knowing me and judging who they think I am, what really happened, and what is going to futuristically. Remember, 3 point back. Soothsaying is not a real job. Neither is writing letters to a judge. To sum it up, in the words of my attorney after I told her to Google me, she stated, "There's a lot." To sum it up in the words of myself, the defendant stated to my attorney after she stated that to me, "When can I see? How much longer do I have to wait? Or how many attorneys must be withdrawn for me to be included in my case and be included more than the world presently is? This is my case in every aspect. See all my aforementioned ongoing 5-year questions. I am still waiting on for answers. Also, I want to make it known I walked out on my attorney in our last meeting due to her unwarranted, uninformative, unprofessional, snotty attitude and her untruthful answers to my questions and beyond. The vicious cycle we enter every time we meet is a waste of time. And okay, sidebar. She's talking about how intelligent she is, and then she puts this slur in quotations like, get out of here. And I'm saying that being in jail with supposedly endless amounts of. How she treats me is extremely prejudiced, hostile, and unconcerned. She is very frustrating. One, to balk or defeat in an endeavor. Two, to induce feelings of insecurity, discouragement, or dissatisfaction. And three, to bring to nothing. So much so, I presented my solution in order to coexist with and work together in a hopeful, progressive, positive, appropriate manner. I added pretend judge to our interactions so she could calm down and ease up on her condescension, offensive demeanor, and obvious prejudgment. She seems, like everyone else, not to remember. I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. She treats me as if I am not. After my introduction and explanation with pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I am trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. When in front of a real judge and in the courtroom is how she should treat me, her client, at all times. I should not have to invent pretend judge in order to be, and am not at all wrong for wanting to be respected. No matter the outcome, I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. My attorneys, everyone's, should be fair, unbiased, trustworthy, honest, supportive, informative, protective, automatically and effortlessly. I should feel secure, highly confident, proud in her representing my life. I do not, and have said to her many times regarding her monumental disbelief in me and my case, which I believe contributes greatly to her inimical attitude towards me. I am hoping by this letter she will pick up the sword of injustice and fight alongside, not against me, as so many unmotivated, overwhelmed, weak attorneys prior who bowed out ungracefully and crept away from the battlefield unsuccessful.
My case equals bizarre equals unknown equals different equals ignorance equals misunderstood equals unfair. This does not mean my case can't equal success, and in more than one way. While everyone continues to ring their bells of malevolence, I am ringing mine of hope, honor, plausibility, boldness. Listen, I am not a murderer. The justice system should equal fair, faith, trust, respect, innocent until and if adjudged otherwise. 3-point back. Sarah Boone. Confused cat meme? Yes, thank you.
So this was the straw that broke the camel's back, in my opinion. This was, and I know this isn't even the full 58-page letter, but this 15A letter is a good 11 out of 10 for me. She went for it. She brought out catchphrases. She brought out accusatory language. It was just, she also keeps talking about how she wants to be protected by the justice system. They're not there. I mean, they are kind of, but they're not there to protect you in the way that you want to be protected. They're not there to protect your ego or your wants. They're there to protect your rights, needs, and life. That's about it. Even though you wouldn't protect the life that you took, but you want to blame everyone else for not caring enough about you. I will never forget about this pretend judge. This pretend judge, her pretending to be a judge, sounds like a nightmare on Elm Street. And just like Freddy, I might have gotten homicidal if she pulled that mess with me. That is so demeaning and condescending to a lawyer to say, let's just pretend a judge was in here. How would you treat me if the judge was watching? And if you remember back earlier, we're talking about that LAV, legal, administrative aggression or violence abuse. That's just another subtle way of that incorporation. If your boss, the person that I could get you in trouble with, even though they're not bosses, but if the person above you that I could use to get you in trouble was in this room, and I put on my sad face and I said that she's being so mean to me, how would that judge make you act? And then she has a perception of how the judge would respond, even though the judge would respond not in the way that she would like, because there's actually no mistreatment with the way her lawyers have treated her. She has mistreated all of them, been disrespectful to them. They are humans, and then she just expects them to forget all that and still be perfect, prim, proper, and give her absolutely everything she wants with a smile. And their needs and opinions don't matter. Them feeling uncomfortable, feeling devalued, feeling undercut, just demeaned, that means nothing to her. They're supposed to bow down to her. And she's not wrong for wanting to be respected, even though she will not give anyone respect. Except herself. The confused cat meme is where we went full Twilight Zone. There's like some level of inception, awareness, memory. Like, who is this for? Is this confused cat meme for the judge? Is it for us? Is it for her? I think she just needs some friends. A good homegirl that tells her to put the pen down. Come over here, let's play some cards. And just let it out, let your feelings out. Maybe you don't have to harass everything that breathes around you. Maybe you can extend compassion past yourself. I'm sure the other inmates are looking at her and saying, damn, at least I am not like that. I might have a chance. So maybe in that way she is an inspiration. Okay, I'm going to call this letter 15B.
June 4th, 2024. Video visit, 12 minutes. In addition to my previous letter intended for hand delivery on 6/7/24 at my status hearing, Today, my attorney made a video visit to go over everything I've been asking her for and have also sent to her personally in 2 letters, 520, 525, all on the public video visitation box, where on both sides of me, less than 5 inches away from my visit, other inmates were having their visits also. I have explained to my attorney numerous times previously in writing and verbally that despite the noise level, I do not in any way feel comfortable having in-depth private meetings regarding my entire criminal case on the visitation box, where there is no privacy whatsoever, and held in an open bay dorm with more than 62 other interested all ears inmates. I cannot fully participate, if at all, from the entire dorm, officer included, trying to participate also in my case. As always, my attorney did not listen nor care after I repeatedly tried reminding her of my unsecure environment, barking at me, I can listen or not. Still going, over speaking, and not at all allowing me to respond. After repeating to her over and over and over while she's beginning to speak louder and over me still to please schedule an in-person meeting where all can be discussed further privately with no success of being heard, I disconnected the visit telephonically. She uncooperatively. She is impossible. See previous letter or ask her for a copy of the 2 I sent her. I was trying to remedy or lessen before sending this to you, Your Honor, and not having to include. Now it's a race to the pulpit. My question, please, who acts like that and still be able to call themselves professional? The visitation box is primarily for family and friends to connect. And if a must for an attorney, reminder notices, quick questions, not high-level confidential case information. She, like other former attorneys who always blame their dysfunctions on me, said, You don't like the answers I give you. What answers? See pages 1, 2, and 3. I am not the problem, except I want to and should be treated fairly, with respect, acting more professional than the paid. I've been doing this for over 40 years, professional. After so long and in all the experience, common courtesy, customer service, and listening skills should have been acquired. All attorneys, do you remember why you even wanted to be one? Remind yourself. No one listens, and it works for everyone's favor but mine. That I am a murderer, stuck in jail so they can pin on me. They're uninterested, unmotivated, hopeless. They're going to believe me over her haughty attitude. I am not wrong for not thinking less of myself because everyone else has and does. This present attorney foremost. The justice system expects me and other inmates, aka clients, to accept its subpar, nonchalant, hypocritical, next on the list attorneys they keep aimlessly throwing darts for, malappointing, praying they don't withdraw. I have not fired any attorneys appointed in my case. For me expecting the highest equal standards possible, for wanting the absolute best outcome in my preposterous, mismanaged case, and representing myself is not an option, as both judges have now threatened me with, from being outspoken and intelligent in all my observations of the ongoing abuse I am and have experienced. I have no new experiences from it, always being the same blame Boone. I refuse to be moved in wanting respect, no matter who everyone thinks I am. Clarity, inclusion, honesty, and professionalism. And another great reason not to have my case meetings in the public visitation box is my personal, confidential inmate information, such as my visitation list 2020 to 2023, with names, etc., my interactions with inmates and officers, what I eat, when, and my personal jail calls also being thrown online. For what? To hate me more or to try to get others to? Because I don't eat breakfast? Or because I know some Latin, have short hair, my penmanship is nice? Or because I'm not getting fat and sleeping all day, but rather fully applying myself, fighting still, making everyone upset for not having to fabricate, mutate, splice, edit? The world apparently knows all. What's next? How many times I go to the bathroom and what function I perform? No one knows anything, nor seems to want to, from being comfortable in their corruption and striving to be on top with ratings, web hits, and money. My case details, if anyone forgot, and if you think about it, all that keeps getting plastered and plagiarized, posted and poked fun at about me, it's all in my favor, proving myself right about all the mindless lemmings, shut-ins, the justice system advantageously abusing and profiting from everything in my cases, before my trial and before I've seen. Please be sure to read my attachment for FRCP rule restricting disclosure. Am I the only one who thinks of these things? When can I win in anything? It's coming. I am not the problem. And if anyone were to slip on my slides and have to experience, tolerate, deal with any of what I have and am, would bravely be doing the same. Don't knock it till you try it. 3-point back. Race to the pulpit. Again, always, Sarah Boone.
And this is part 2 of why I think this 58-page letter was the straw that broke the camel's back. This is another 10 out of 10 for me. It's more of the exact same, still very accusatory, blaming everyone else. And when her lawyer finally does meet with her face to face, why are we doing this in the visitation box? We should be going elsewhere. Nothing is good enough. Phone calls not good enough, video conference not good enough, visitations not good enough, in person's not productive enough. Anytime they meet, she has never once, I don't think she has ever once said that a single meeting or interaction she's had with a lawyer has been progressive and good, aside from that one lawyer who had to recuse himself because he was moving and told her anything she wanted to know about the case because he's like, I don't care, I'm about to leave anyway. And other than that, every single other lawyer has failed her, according to her. And her 9th lawyer herself is about to fail her too. And when she says things like, I was trying to remedy or lessen things before sending this to you, meaning she always plans to send these letters. She's never going to stop. Even if she got every single thing that she asked for, she already is telling you that would just lessen what I'm about to bring up to you. Honestly, I think she wants to push a mistrial, but you can't really do that through your own letters. It'd be one thing if there's misconduct on both sides, but there really isn't. She hasn't once said anything about the prosecution doing a single thing wrong. So there's nothing on that end that is going wrong. She is just trying to get counsel after counsel, withdrawn after withdrawn, make her case as public as possible so that she can say it's impossible for me to have a fair trial because it just keeps getting plastered out there, even though I'm making the conscious personal decision. No one's forcing me to write these letters, and I'm sending them knowing for a fact they will be uploaded and people who are following this case will read them, and then she'll be upset that they don't say the things that she wants them to say, and then say that it's been mutated, spliced, edited, and no one knows the truth. Why is everyone taking things out of context? Because you are writing it, and you admit that you know you're writing it. This is kind of this like downward spiral into madness, where she is self-aware enough to know she's not even writing to the judge anymore, she's writing to the world. She's trying to say, look how mistreated I'm being, because she knows that the judge is not going to respond to her, because the judge has never responded to her in the way that she wanted, the way that she has been addressing it so far. So she knows this, maybe this time she'll be lucky, maybe this time he'll actually respond. No, She knows that. So she wants to pollute as many people as possible with, look at all my injustices. Look at my freedom writer's diary. I'm over here martyring myself. And the clients should not have to take up with what the justice system has to offer. You are not a client. You are an inmate, also known as a client, by courtesy. And you're not paying anything. It's wild. Her entitlement to other people, to access other people. And that honestly is probably the thesis statement of all this. She feels entitled to have access to anyone at any time and get them to do whatever she wants at that time. And that's exactly how she treated George in their relationship. She would get him arrested and then bail him out the next day. Get him arrested, bail him out the next day. Get a restraining order, break the restraining order, tell him it's okay. Then you do something she doesn't want. Call the police, get you taken back. She's telling him, I can lock you up or free you anytime I want. So you need to do what I say. That's why we need to share a phone. On the night of the incident, allegedly he called his brother, and then Sarah heard, and apparently the brother who was in their interview said that they were talking for maybe less than 10 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes or whatever, and then she cuts in and saying, I need the phone, I need the phone, I need to call my brother, I need to call my brother. She needs to have access and control, and I don't think she actually did need to call her brother. She just saw that George was calling his brother and I think he was laughing, and it was a good conversation according to the brother. And Sarah can't have that. She can't have her puppet be happy when it's not involving her. So she needs her phone back because she needs control of everything. But it's a courtesy to you. I'm letting you use this. I'm letting you stay in my apartment that I don't pay for. But I feel like I should have access to my ex-husband because we have a child together. And since we have a child together, you are obligated as the mother of your child to treat me any way I want. That means that you have to use your resources of $68,000+ to pay for a lawyer who has to run away because we have gotten into an adversarial relationship. I deserve access to you, your resources, and anything I want. That is the sustained pattern she has shown throughout every single letter, throughout all her actions, and then it got as literal as it could be when she trapped him in that suitcase and told him, I could let you out or not. And she didn't actually say that, but that was the intention of taking that video. And I know that she was probably going to take that video to taunt him with it later, saying, look, I control you. I let you in, I let you out any day, anytime I want. So unless you want me to call the police and they put you in that little cell like I put you in that little suitcase, you better do what I say. That's how I think this was meant to play out in her mind. But she took this tactic too far. And that's why she keeps saying it was not her intention, which I believe. I don't believe it was her intention at all. She broke her toy. She didn't want that. She wanted to keep playing with him. Hide and seek. She loved games.
So all of these are legal definitions that are stupid and make no sense. However, there's a little thing here when we get to the maps. Get Dora the Explorer. We found the maps. Okay. Publicity, exploitation, and saturation. United States map, page 1. To date, each star is a state that I have received correspondence via mail or message regarding my current criminal case. World map, page 2. To date, each star is a continent where I have received correspondence via mail or message regarding my criminal case. The number grows daily. Most all letters and messages are available for review and understanding of the impact of my case details being made readily available on the global internet, creating wrongful ignorance, hate, and massive prejudgment before my trial. I, the defendant in my case, have not yet, ongoing 5 years, fully reviewed or even seen all of my case details. Everyone in the world has already had the opportunity to do so themselves. The continuation of the obvious exploitation allows the world to keep pressing their incorrect, presumed, unfair theories, ideas, accusations, forcibly insinuating I committed criminal acts. You literally murdered someone. It does not get more criminal than that. My present attorney said it's not necessary to receive a court order I've been trying to obtain to download my case information to apply from the OCCD tablets. My former attorneys are withholding some of my case contents I have supplied them and which have been deemed lost. Many other items have been returned, not to myself, but to the next attorney, and which have been unable to be located to date. I am missing innumerable case items, which I continuously request to be returned or obtained without success. Okay, that one's not important. There's one little thing left. Publicity, exploitation, and saturation. My personal, individual criminal case is being advantageously exploited and abused from all of my significant, life-saving, suppressible case details, evidence, proof being illegally obtained by coercion, trickery, duress, confusion, and without my permission in any form, written or verbal, to anyone, then broadcasted, distributed, and hand delivered to the entire planet, states, countries, continents, containing all of my potential jurors, causing irreparable, erroneous falseness, greatly tainting my jury pool altogether by forcibly attributing heavily influenced, incorrect, inappropriate motives, theories, ideas. The obvious exploitation and invasion of my privacy is creating unnecessary, unlawful oppression, depleting all my entitled opportunities to be given fair, proper, successful conclusion of my case. A misprejudgment has already been made unfairly against me from the undeniable violations of my constitutional rights and due process of law as a result of my entire case and personal life being publicized globally before my rightful trial, which lawfully, ethically should be without disadvantage and free from all partiality, deceitfulness, and dishonesty made from said evident exploitation.
All I have to say to that is you are not that important. People do not care as much as you think they do, and we're only reacting to what you put out there. Everything she says that's been misconstrued has come from her mouth. The admissions she made to the police officers at the scene of the crime, the phone she handed over willingly. Apparently they had a warrant, but she did willingly give it over. The admissions she made in her interrogation that no one forced her to do. The letters that she has written. Every single thing that someone really has poked at has been from her specifically. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know of much extra information that has just come out of left field that she has not either corroborated or given herself. Like there isn't this big secret that was released, and that's why all of this confusion is happening, and that she has no control over the narrative, yada yada yada. Same old, moving on.
This is it, the last Sarah Boone letter before she became her own lawyer. At the writing of this letter, she does not know she no longer has an attorney and must represent herself. And just see her tone and her thoughts. Like, this is how she acted still. She was never going to change. If he didn't make that change, if this letter had shown a completely different attitude shift, maybe she would have an argument for getting one more chance. But this was more of the exact same. And it just proves, yep, this is all she's going to do. Your Honor, it was made known to me by an officer here at the Orange County Corrections Department that my attorney, Patricia A. Cashman, has submitted her motion to withdraw on 6/11/24, which now explains why she has not contacted me nor answered calls. Why hasn't anyone sent me a copy so I know? To confirm my exclusion in my case, especially by Attorney Cashman, and stated in all of my letters previously written, I was not included and am finding out weeks later. Judge Kranick, I am trying to receive, please, a copy of her withdrawal to better understand her reasons for the undisclosed departure from my case. No attempts was made on her part to solve or remedy in some type of discussion professionally beforehand. Therefore, I am having to include you in this request, as I did with my most recent letter. Please understand. I am trying to understand. With her attempted withdrawal, my very legitimate concern is not having all my case contents returned to me. As with most of the prior attorneys, to date, many of my evidentiary case items cannot be located after my numerous requests to the attorney on my case at the time and to Attorney Cashman. No one knows where my case items are, who has what, or cares to research and return now that I am no longer under their representation. Shrug shoulders, avoidance, and lies of where anything may be is all I have received when requesting from former unwilling, disingenuous attorneys. These are my case documents. Attorney Cashman stated to me more than once from the asking repeatedly about that she had reviewed all of my discovery, which I was withheld from reviewing also. So I don't even know all she has specifically and completely and what was available to me. Your Honor, how can I ensure, please, the return of all my case contents from Attorney Cashman? When may I finally review my discovery and the contents she has of my case so I know what is still missing or lost? Pardon me for having to utilize your invaluable time to ask to receive my invaluable case items. Please understand, I am trying to understand how and when I can fully, rightfully defend myself. Due process is due, overdue. I thank you in advance for my inclusion to also receive a copy of Attorney Cashman's withdrawal notice and for helping in the ensurety of all my case contents to be returned successfully for my historical review from Cashman. All other former attorneys also, please, if possible. Judge Kranick, you will never understand my gratitude for listening to me, giving me opportunity to finally be heard, and your apparent caring judicial manner. Thank you immeasurably. I await the next appropriate step in moving forward, however, and with whomever. Sincerely, Sarah Boone, Sarah Boone. For inclusion futuristically and to ensure receipt of all correspondence to me, in my case, my address is as follows.
Now, this letter was submitted at the hearing where he told her she would be representing herself. So she goes in there with this letter thinking, I'm going to keep playing my games, I'm going to hand him this, and then we're going to keep going on this merry-go-round. I know her stomach sank to the ground when he said, you will be representing yourself. And if he had any doubt about his decision, this letter, which he received right after giving the order, more than justified exactly why he should have done it. Because she keeps getting bolder and bolder with each new attorney withdrawal. She still thinks she can control others. She likes to say that she's so intelligent and then feigns ignorance as to why any attorney would want to leave her. And that Cashman didn't go above and beyond she made no attempts to try to resolve this. Yeah, because she's done with that. After people have argued with you time and time and time again, they don't want to sit there and keep arguing with you. Because even if she did state why she wanted to leave, you would have fought back and forth, and you would have said her reasonings are not valid, and it still would have ended out the same. So cut the middleman, cut this last little conversation. I think it's because she wants these last little conversations so she can get to writing her letters quick, and so that way she can warp their words and use it against them in some way, because that's what she does. And she's getting bold when she says Cashman's attempted withdrawal, because when Bankowitz tried to withdraw before, the sixth attorney, his first withdrawal got denied. So she thinks you don't get to go until I let you go. And that's not the case. So I think I give this letter an 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. But also, it's a 9 out of 10 just because it gets 0.5 for style points and context points of she had no idea she was submitting this. And it's going to fall completely flat because none of it was relevant anymore. But she will get all of her case details. I need my case details. And she straight up admits, I don't even know all that she has and that I had available to me. One, just because the evidence is there doesn't mean it's all available to you, depending on what it is. But two, you just admitted you don't know what's there, so how do you know stuff is missing? That's bananas and some crazy work for me. To say, I know I haven't seen all the discovery, but I know a ton of it is missing. And there's so much missing that I don't know because I haven't seen, so I wouldn't know. You don't even know what would be on that list, what would be in the discovery. So how do you know all of this is missing? And she might think that she has information that should be there that's not, that they don't consider evidence or anything. It might be, well, you didn't get my 4th grade paper that shows I got straight A's and that I'm a nice person. Where's my discovery? I have no idea what she thinks she's missing. She has no idea what she thinks she's missing. She feels that she might be slighted, so she is slighted. She feels that there might be something she doesn't know, so her constitutional rights are violated. It's all or nothing with her. And then she always puts this little BS flowery language at the end. Thank you so much for your invaluable time to get my invaluable case materials. Trying to equate the two, meaning judge, your time and everything you do in your courtroom is as equal as me having some files. Why? Because they're my files. This is the end of her letters before she went pro se. The thing that blows my mind is that to this day, she is proud of every single letter she wrote. She doesn't take anything back. She doesn't see an issue with any of them. These are her pride and joy. And she thinks this proves her right. I think she secretly knows that her trial is kind of at a pointless state, that there's almost no way she can win this trial. So she's been playing for the appellate court since day one. She's been playing for trying to get a mistrial and trying to set up all of these issues for when she wants to appeal her decision so she can say someone else was being mean to me. And somehow she thinks these letters are going to seal the deal, when they will seal the deal, but in the exact opposite way. Oh, you're saying your case was too publicized? It would not have been as publicized if you did not keep adding to the documents on public record. So all the issues that you claim arise from that is not the court or the lawyer's fault, because none of them asked you to do this. And you went this specific method. There's a reason we haven't seen any of the letters she sent directly to her lawyers, because that is privileged. So I can only imagine what she said in those. However, she knows 100% that sending this to the judge means it has to be uploaded online, public record, has to. And she's made these choices 15, 16 times, and is mad that every time she posts another unhinged letter, that it's like a wildfire and more people catch on. Yeah, because people are seeing how much of a joke this is and are like, there's no way she can top herself. And she does. Every time. I'll give her that. That is again a skill and a talent that this mortal realm is not ready for. And maybe when we evolve past the species of Homo sapien, her skill to redirect to herself, to deflect any accountability from herself, will be recognized as a golden skill we all should strive for. Until then, this will just continue to read like narcissism and you crying until you get your way. Anyway, let's move on to the judge's order.
All right, now that we have listened to all of Sarah Boone's letter, now to just contextualize this, putting the judge's order at the end, so you can see all of those 15 letters that you just heard that Judge Kranick had to read before writing this order. So keep that in mind as we're reading. Order. This cause came before the court on June 28, 2024 on defense counsel Patricia A. Cashman's Esquire motion to withdraw as counsel, filed June 11, 2024, the motion. The court, having reviewed the motion, having reviewed the court file, having reviewed the audio transcripts from various hearings, having considered the positions offered by counsel Patricia A. Cashman, Esquire, having considered the testimony offered by defendant Sarah Boone, and having considered the positions offered by counsel for state, hereby finds charges. A. On March 23, 2020, by way of information, the defendant was charged with second-degree murder. Procedural history. B. On February 26, 2020, the Office of the Public Defender, 9th Judicial Circuit, in and for Orange County, Florida, the Public Defender and Attorney Number 1, was appointed to represent defendant. C. On March 9, 2020, the Public Defender moved to withdraw due to defendant retaining private counsel, to wit, Mauricio Padilla, Esquire, in the Padilla Law Group. Padilla and Attorney Number 2. D. On March 11, 2020, that certain order allowing withdrawal was entered which withdrew the public defender from further representation of the defendant. E. On October 18, 2022, Padilla moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court and at the same time maintain all duties to the client. This motion was served upon the defendant and defendant confirmed receipt. See letter dated April 20th, 2022 and filed on April 26, 2022. F. On April 29th, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's motion to withdraw. At the time of this hearing, Padilla had been representing the defendant for 2 years. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. The court advised Padilla that the court had received a letter from defendant, a letter dated on April 20th, 2022 and filed on April 26, 2022, which seemingly objected to Padilla's withdrawal. The court advised Padilla that the options were to not proceed on Padilla's motion to withdraw or provide the court more about irreconcilable differences. Padilla requested an opportunity to amend the motion to address the irreconcilable differences. The court reserved ruling on Padilla's motion to withdraw, gave Padilla until May 3, 2022 to prepare and file an amended motion with a hearing to be heard on the week of May 9, 2022. The state advised of Padilla's diligence in preparation, and the court commended Padilla's work. The defendant testified to a lack of trust between herself and Padilla. G. On May 4, 2022, Padilla filed an amended motion to withdraw, which supplemented the original grounds. Undersigned's relationship with defendant has become adversarial. The aforementioned adversarial relationship has interfered with undersigned's counsel's ability to effectively represent his client, especially preparing for trial. Undersigned appreciates the court providing him the opportunity to amend his previously filed motion to withdraw. However, after further researching the issue, undersigned is still under the belief that the specifics of the adversarial relationship may disclose information that may prejudice his client, and as such will stand mute on specifics. H. On May 6, 2022, Padilla filed a second amended motion to withdraw, which further supplemented the original grounds. Undersigned relationship with the defendant has deteriorated to a point where undersigned counsel can no longer give effective aid in the fair representation of Ms. Boone's defense. This motion is in compliance with Florida R. Judge Admin rules regulating the Florida Bar are present, or whether the attorney-client relation has deteriorated to the point where counsel can no longer give effective aid in the fair representation of a defense. I. On May 10, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's second amended motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Padilla advised the court that he had no other choice to file the motion due to ethical concerns. Defendant confirmed that she wanted to terminate Padilla as her attorney. The state expressed concern of a strategy to allow defense attorney after attorney to represent defendant. The court advised defendant of the state's concern regarding a strategy of defendant being unhappy with every attorney and advised defendant about the dangers of self-representation. The court appointed the public defender, attorney number 3. J. On June 6, 2022, the public defender moved to withdraw due to a conflict. On June 7, 2022, that certain order allowing public defender withdrawal was entered, which withdrew the public defender from further representation of the defendant and appointed the Counsel of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel, RCC, and Attorney Number 4. L. On June 10, 2022, RCC moved to withdraw due to a conflict. On June 22, 2022, that certain order allowing the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel withdrawal was entered, which withdrew RCC from further representation of the defendant and appointed Mark Consalo, and Attorney Number 5. N. On July 8, 2022, the Consalo moved to withdraw due to a conflict. O. On July 11, 2022, that certain withdrawal order was entered, which withdrew Consalo from further representation of the defendant and appointed Frank J. Bankowitz, and Attorney Number 6. P. On July 12, 2022, Bankowitz, in open court, requested a continuance due to his recent appointment, and same was granted. Thereafter, the court set a pretrial conference for October 25th, 2022 at 9 a.m. and trial during the trial period beginning November 7th, 2022. Q. On October 25th, 2022, the court held the pretrial conference and addressed the court's understanding that a continuance was being sought, and the court's judicial assistant was to reach out to the parties to confirm if a continuance was being sought. R. On October 27, 2022, Bankowitz filed defendant's motion to continue. S. On October 28, 2022, the court entered that certain amended order on defendant's stipulated motion to continue, which set a pretrial conference for January 17, 2023 at 9 a.m. and trial during the trial period beginning January 30th, 2023. T. On November 22nd, 2022, the court set a status hearing on Tuesday, December 20th, 2022 at 10:45 a.m. U. On December 19th, 2022, Bankowitz moved to withdraw due to the irreconcilable differences which have arisen between the undersigned, his client, and his family. The undersigned will be unable to effectively and properly continue representing the defendant herein. V. On December 20th, 2022, the status hearing was held. Bankowitz did not appear due to a car accident, and the court reset the status hearing for December 22nd, 2022 at 11 a.m. W. On December 22nd, 2022, the reset status hearing was held. Bankowitz appeared virtually, and due to technological issues, Bankowitz was unable to hear the court. The court reset the status hearing for December 27th, 2022. X. On December 27th, 2022, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. The court advised defendant that the court had received letters from the defendant, a letter dated October 3rd, 2022, and filed on October 7th, 2022, a letter dated November 3rd, 2022, and filed on November 7th, 2022, and a letter dated December 5th, 2022, and filed on December 14th, 2022. The court conducted a Nelson hearing, and defendant was not seeking to remove Bankowitz. Bankowitz advised the court of the thousands of pages in discovery that he had reviewed and organized, and his contact and potential use of and collaboration with expert witnesses, including experts that Padilla, Attorney Number 2, utilized. Bankowitz advised the court of defendant's attempts to call Bankowitz at a rate of 5 to 10 times a day. Bankowitz further advised of his efforts to balance the demands of other clients with the defendant's expectations for communications. In response, defendant reposited that Bankowitz's representations were untruths, raised Bankowitz's prior public reprimands for lack of communication, alleged Bankowitz's action in this case rose to a similar level, and then sought to remove Bankowitz. The court pointed out defendant's inconsistent statements within minutes of them being made and addressed concerns over defendant's motivations, especially when there is something defendant disagreed with. The court specifically advised defendant that she is not entitled to an endless line of court-appointed lawyers until you find the one that you personally prefer. The court also explained the circumstances where defendant could represent herself. Ultimately, defendant did not request to remove Bankowitz. The court denied Bankowitz's motion to withdraw and directed Bankowitz to have a conference with defendant prior to the pretrial conference previously set for January 17, 2023. Why? The case was continued several times due to Bankowitz's attempts to retain an expert through JAC and JAC's response to same. Z. During this time period, the court had received several letters from defendant. A letter dated January 10th, filed on January 17th, dated March 22nd, filed April 14th, dated April 6th, filed April 14th, dated May 15th, filed May 18th, dated June 29th, filed July 21st, dated August 2nd, filed August 7th. AA. On August 22nd, 2023, Bankowitz again moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court and at the same time maintain all duties to the client. The defendant will not be satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Ms. Boone's case. The best possible avenue is to have the defendant represent herself, as no attorney can satisfy her. BB. On September 8th, 2023, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Bankowitz addressed defendant's derogatory statements, i.e. dud, buffoon, and berating behavior. The court advised defendant that the court has received letters from the defendant. A letter dated August 26th, filed September 7th. A letter dated August 30th, filed September 7th. After the court's colloquy of defendant and her acquiescence to Bankowitz's withdrawal, the court granted Bankowitz's motion to withdraw and appointed Winston Hobson, and attorney number 7. Thereafter, the court set a status conference for October 30th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and set a pretrial conference for November 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. After setting these dates, the court pointed out the deterioration of the working relationship between defendant and Bankowitz. The court further cautioned that if this becomes a problem on another court-appointed attorney, I'm going to look more closely at what the alleged disputes are. The court further advised that there are certain decisions the attorney gets to make and certain decisions a defendant gets to make, i.e. go to trial and or testify. The court cautioned as the defendant's unrealistic expectations regarding court-appointed counsel and reminded defendant of her right to retain private counsel. CC. On October 30th, 2023, the status conference was held. Hobson advised as to his conversations with the defendant and setting a status on January 2024. Thereafter, the court set a pretrial conference status as a readiness for trial for January 16, 2024 at 9 a.m. and trial during the trial period beginning January 29th, 2024. DD. On January 12th, 2024, Hobson filed that certain motion to continue, waiver of presence, and requested a 3-docket continuance. EE. On January 16th, 2024, the court addressed Hobson's motion to continue, granted same, set a pretrial conference for May 3rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. and trial during the trial period beginning May 13th, 2024. FF. On February 1st, 2024, Hobson moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences, including but not limited to ethical considerations. GG. On February 9th, 2024, a hearing was held on Hobson's motion to withdraw. Hobson addresses a number of issues as for basis for withdrawing, including disagreements on legal strategy, on what can and cannot be done, a lack of resources, defendant's demands make her difficult to work with, including defendant taking non-viable legal positions and being unreasonable. As to a key substantive defense, Hobson advised that the retained and undisclosed expert is not keeping with what defendant has in mind. The court advised defendant that the court had received a letter from defendant dated January 19, 2024. The court outlined the overriding claims for withdrawal by Padilla, Bankowitz, and Hobson: adversarial relationships, lack of satisfaction, and inability to meet defendant's desires. The court found that all of defendants' relationships with all court-appointed counsel have deteriorated such that defendant and the court-appointed counsel cannot work together. The court advised defendant that although defendant has a right to court-appointed counsel, that right is not unlimited. The court twice advised defendant that defendant may not be provided another court-appointed attorney, and that defendant would have to represent herself if circumstances similar to Hobson's motion to withdraw occur. The court further advised defendant about the dangers of self-representation. Due to defendant's lack of legal training and knowledge, defendant never stated that she did not understand that she may not be provided another court-appointed attorney. The court granted Hobson's motion to withdraw and appointed Patricia A. Cashman and attorney number 8. The court is aware of Cashman's extensive experience representing criminal defendants as both an assistant public defender and in private practice, including representing defendants accused of murder, and is widely known to be able and willing to deal with and manage difficult clients. The court set a status hearing for April 12, 2024. HH. On April 12, 2024, the status hearing was held. Cashman advised as to the depositions that had been set, the hiring of an expert, and a request for a future status date to address a trial date. The court set a status hearing for June 7th, 2024. II. On June 7th, 2024, the status hearing was held. Cashman addressed her dates of availability for trial. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Thereafter, defendant advised the court of walking out at multiple meetings with Cashman, which was confirmed by Cashman, utilizing a pretend judge to oversee defendant and Cashman, launching multiple attacks on Cashman's professionalism, and providing the court with letters dated June 4th, 2024 and June 7th, 2024, both of which were filed on June 21st, 2024. Cashman advised to her efforts and time spent on the case so far, 20 hours. Cashman addressed disagreements on legal strategy, including defendant attaching importance to issues that may not be legally important. In reposit, defendant accused Cashman of lies and half-truths. JJ. On June 11th, 2024, Cashman moved to withdraw under Florida rule regulating the Florida bar, substantial risk that the representation of one or more clients will be materially limited by the lawyer's responsibilities to another client, and irreconcilable differences, including, but not limited to, ethical considerations, have arisen such that counsel can no longer provide representation. KK. On June 28th, 2024, a hearing was held on Cashman's motion to withdraw. Cashman relied on Florida rule and Schwab v. State as the basis for the withdrawal. LL. At no time has defendant refused to accept the services of any of her 7 appointed attorneys. Law. MM. Both the United States and the Florida Constitutions guarantee the indigent criminal defendant the right to assistance of appointed counsel. See U.S. NN. The counsel clause of the Florida Constitution under Article 1, Section 16 recognizes the right to counsel as well as self-representation in all criminal prosecutions. Forfeiture of right to counsel. OO. A defendant in a criminal case can forfeit a right to court-appointed counsel. PP. A forfeiture is an extreme measure that flows from the defendant's abuse or manipulation of the right to counsel and results in the defendant being required to represent himself, even though he has not waived counsel and may still want legal representation, unquote. Forfeiture is a, quote, judicial response that adapts the course of the legal proceedings to the defendant's choice to engage in misconduct that undermines the legitimate exercise of the right to counsel. QQ. As set forth above, defendant's recalcitrance to the attorneys who were not conflicted out, Padilla, Bankowitz, Hobson, and Cashman, antagonism, hostility, and attacks on the professionalism of Padilla, notably over a year after the fact, see footnote 9 above, of Bankowitz and of Cashman, and personal attacks on Padilla, Bankowitz, and Cashman. Each of these attorneys were required to withdraw. RR.
It has become apparent to the court that defendant will not permit herself to be represented by anyone. See also U.S. v. Travers. SS. The withdrawal of 8 different attorneys, 7 of which were court-appointed, leads to the determination that defendant has forfeited his right to counsel. Watson v. State, receded from the other grounds of Waller v. State. TT. Under Florida law, the facts at bar amount to binding forfeiture of the right to counsel. These footnotes seem important. Footnote 11, see U.S. v. Thomas, which found the misconduct in relationships with 4 attorneys, including verbal abuse, tearing up correspondence, refusal to cooperate in producing a witness list, hanging up on counsel during the telephone conversation, resulted in a forfeiture of right. Footnote 12. Forfeiture of the right to counsel can be found through a pattern of serious misconduct, abuse, threats, and utter failure to collaborate in his own defense. Repetitive, abusive, threatening, and coercive behavior toward counsel can result in the forfeiture of right to counsel. UU. As the court finds defendant has forfeited the right to court-appointed counsel, under Florida law, there is no obligation to conduct a Feretta hearing or to otherwise warn a defendant of the dangers of proceeding pro se. Waiver by conduct. VV. The court can find a waiver by conduct to the right to counsel. A waiver by conduct requires that a defendant be warned about the consequences of his conduct, including the risks of proceeding pro se. WW. On February 9th, 2024, defendant was twice advised that another court-appointed attorney may not be provided. XX. On May 10th, 2022, defendant was advised about the dangers of self-representation. YY. On February 9th, 2024, defendant was advised about the dangers of self-representation. ZZ. As of February 9th, 2024, the instant case had been continued 16 times. AAA. As of June 26, 2024, this case has been pending 4 years, 3 months, 5 days from the date of the filing of the information on March 23rd, 2020. Triple B. Actions speak louder than words. Although defendant's words seemingly reveal a desire to go to trial, however, as set forth herein, her actions and inability to work with court-appointed counsel are repeated over and over, allowing defendant to her 8th court-appointed attorney, her 9th attorney overall, will only serve to delay the case further and encourage defendant to persist in efforts to prevent the resolution of the case on its merits, the concept of which was first brought to defendant's attention on May 10th, 2022. Defendant complains that Bankowitz and Hobson, 2 court-appointed attorneys, failed to meet and communicate, and when defendant is provided a court-appointed counsel who will meet and communicate, Cashman, the ways and means of meeting and communicating are not acceptable to defendant. Triple C. Under Florida law, the facts at bar amount to a binding waiver of the right to counsel. Orders and adjudges as follows. 1. Cashman's motion to withdraw as counsel filed June 11th, 2024 is granted. 2. As a condition of Cashman's withdrawal, Cashman shall provide the court an order for costs to obtain transcripts of depositions for the 2 witnesses Cashman deposed. Upon completion of the transcription of the depositions transcripts shall be sent directly to defendant Sarah Boone by Cashman at the Orange County Jail. Thereafter, Cashman shall file a notice with the court reflecting that the depositions transcripts were provided to defendant Sarah Boone, and such notice shall include the date sent and the address of defendant Sarah Boone. 3. The defendant Sarah Boone has forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel. 4. Alternatively, defendant Sarah Boone has, through waived by her conduct, her right to court-appointed counsel. 5. The trial management conference shall remain specifically set for Tuesday, September 24th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. 6. This case shall remain specially set for trial
for the 2-week trial period beginning Monday, October 7th, 2024, and will not be continued for any reason except by extraordinarily good cause. And such extraordinarily good cause shall not include retention of counsel by the defendant. 7. Any and all pretrial motions in this case must be filed no later than the close of business on Monday, July 22nd, 2024. Done and ordered in chambers at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 28th day of June, 2024. E-signed by Michael Kranick. And that's that on that, okay? He said what he said and he meant it. And I'm glad for him.
He laid it all out there. Also, one of these letters, she had an atrocious timeline. He corrected the timeline and laid the facts out as he did. He threw exactly her same tactics right back into her face, gave her the list, gave her the hours, the days, the minutes, the seconds, read her from A to triple Z. I love me a petty judge, and he is more than justified. So just so you know, before he wrote this order, he had read all of the letters that we just read here, on top of all of the other testimony that was actually given in court, all the other side documents, and considering the testimony of her prior attorneys and Sarah Boone herself. Sarah's going to say that she wasn't considered, but absolutely, he probably took every single word she said into account. I made a video on this, so I'd go into a little deeper there, I believe. But now, I thought this was going to be the end of the video. I really did. But because this is taking me a few days to put this together and get through everything, I've had to take breaks. Mentally, I could not get through this in a short amount of time. And since then, as of the letter is dated July 8th, 2024. However, it wasn't filed and uploaded until July 18th, 2024. And this is her first letter as her own attorney. I made a video about this one too that you should go check it out. And I didn't feel like rereading it freshly like I did the other things, so I just chopped it down together and took out my commentary from the last one just to highlight the letter here, and I might say a few things at the end. So here is Sarah Boone's first letter as an attorney, or as I like to call her, Sarah Boone, Esquire.
Judge Kranick, where's my discovery? I am still waiting for you to provide me with the contents of what former attorney Cashman supplied to you and the court at the surprise status hearing held in secret on 6/28/24 at 1:30 p.m. Your designated clock of unfair judgment ticks empty and incessantly while waiting for you to deliver. As usual, it's in your favor. In your nonchalant, relaxed, unconcerned attitude of me to receive, you are robbing me of precious, life-saving time to fully and properly defend myself. On top of my already and still being violated constitutional rights and being forced to represent myself based on false information. I do not even know what is contained in said discovery after being withheld from seeing all to date. And for the first time in said surprise status hearing, along with my supposed digital evidence being produced by Cashman, finally after never being shown any during her representation. Her response to me when I would ask to review was, "Your first attorney said he reviewed with you." That was over 4 years ago. You're my attorney now. And no, I did not. This is what I had to deal with. I have not seen in its entirety and completely to date. Please note, I do not have access to a computer to view these materials. I am doing my very best to figure this and everything else out as I go on my newly, unwanted, forced position of pro se. Please do not penalize me even greater than being already. I am trying. Please note also, I am in an open bay dorm living with 63 other inmates. I need to figure out how to view anything securely to avoid further exploitation and mean ignorance. There is no privacy or individual access in jail. Cashman, I'm glad I could help you shine in the courtroom in front of the judge by you professionally and finally bringing everything I've been asking for since day one. And after I included you on my letter to the judge ensuring return, unlike you, who did not include me on your motion to withdraw. Surprise. And I had to find out from someone else, an officer, 3 days before this. Surprise status hearing. So you would even know what to bring. Why didn't you bring to any of your 20 hours of meeting with me? As always, it's in everyone else's favor but mine. How much real time will I have to prepare and properly? Especially the fact you have me doing everything while incarcerated. What happens when more time must be utilized to discover where my lost discovery is I've been asking for repeatedly? For depositions, to locate my witnesses, contact anyone via collected phone calls. That's a real hurdle. Wait to receive transcripts, any records, everything I need to finally build my defense. Or is your plan, Your Honor, to just leave me out to dry? And in a hurricane, your time constraints are extreme and unreasonable. Your decision you claim to have considered from your order is illogical and unfair. Specifically, that it has been malformed by your ignorance and experience of my case, misinterpretations, straight lies from the attorneys appointed. They are brazen to stand at your pulpit in your courtroom and commit perjury to your face and the world, but yet it's me. It is my belief and from your order that actions speak louder than words. She thought she ate with that one. The court is sabotaging me, forcing me, pressuring me, setting me up for failure. If any of the prior attorneys would have included, cared, collaborated during their time of representation, you not being brainwashed impartial from believing everyone over me and implementing your intricately misconstrued, unfair order formulated from, I would not be writing yet another letter, would I? In the meantime, while your clock ticks ceaselessly and loud as I wait for you to deliver anything, even more fingers are noticed. They really do point back. And I am defending myself against your inaccurate, libelous, I can write letters to order. Please, would you post my included document in your break room? Wherever you think it may be seen and understood, unlike me in your courtroom. How about by the copy machine where your JAs should have made me, the news crews, court TV, professional YouTubers, and photographers, the world, a copy of the notice of hearing where all aforementioned improprieties occurred, and then some, including the drop off of my case materials, said order being ordered, and me being pulled by my uniform to exit your courtroom while still trying to speak and defend myself against all the mayhem and chaos, especially the surprise of even being there unprepared and without notice. Oh, wait, my posting, everything supposedly is public record, and there is no notice at all. Another, it's in your favor moment. It's a group effort. Saboteurs. Surprise! I shall return. Nothing is impossible. Believe. Hopeful, grateful, waiting. Thank you for posting. Sarah Boone, Sarah Boone. Remember, please, Judge Kranig, fair, neutral, impartial. You must be. Always. Heart, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
I think this really speaks to what we're about to expect in this trial. She is going to be aggressive, pointed,
accusatory again towards everything. She's going to bring God into this. She's going to bring up every little thing she thinks she can to pull sympathy, to guilt people, and she's going to try to guilt the jury as much as possible. And again, they're going to play that video and it's just going to be all undone. She'll definitely misquote Bible verses. She'll definitely bring up that she's a mom. She'll definitely bring up that everyone's leaving her high to dry. She'll definitely bring up that everything has been set up against her and that she was forced to do this. The judge is going to have to stop her multiple times, and I wouldn't be surprised if he sent the jury out to say, you need to stop saying that we are forcing you to do this. Why? Because no one forced you to kill George Torres. You chose to do that, and you chose the actions that led you to representing yourself. So, playing the victim card will not get you out of this when you are the alleged murderer.
Inmate seeks attorney. Looking for a prosperous challenge? Ready for your close-up on national television? Are you zealous with a side of keen? Show the world who you are with your original creativity, extraordinary expertise, confident ingenuity. Qualifications must include being trustworthy, honest, passion-driven, open-minded, exceptional problem-solving skills, client inclusion at all times, team orientation, collaboration, extreme efficiency in listening, communicating, understanding, dedication to success, possessing a winning mindset, capability of excellence in representation, committed, maintaining faith in the client and case with the ability to think differently, overcome all circumstances. Epic opportunity awaits. Sarah Boone, number 2005623, Orange County Corrections Department. Invest in the invest in the oppressed. Believe.
And this is Sarah's most desperate attempt to find a new lawyer. She pushed everything away. She pushed all of the free resources she had, and now she's asking for even more free representation. And it's just the irony of, like, she spent over years complaining about this trial being so publicized, and then that is exactly what she's using in order to attract a new lawyer. See, I've already publicized this for you. This could be your make or break case. I don't know if any lawyer wants to embarrass themselves by representing you, because yes, this would be a chance to have a big stage, and yes, you could probably come up with some better arguments to actually defend her. But after everything that she's done, she is the most unlikable client you could imagine. So defending her does not make you look great, especially when that means you will have to pound on the victim in order to make her look some kind of good. Because the fact is, even if she got a new attorney, if he didn't meet all of they didn't meet all of these qualifications, she would fire them too. And then blame them, saying that they wasted her valuable, precious time right before. And if she had known that they were going to act like this, she would have just represented herself and not have gone through all the trouble of trying to get this new person who, quote, sold me the world to come and save me. And they didn't. Just more stalling and delay tactics. But I think she finally realizes how in over her head she has been in all of this. And now that she can't pick on her little toys anymore, she is begging for any assistance. Honestly, I hope she doesn't get it. I hope they just give her standby counsel, and then they're strict on it, being like, just because you have standby counsel does not mean they are your lawyer. It means you can ask questions just to get some clarifications, but you know she likes to run with a question. So I know she would ask that standby counsel the same question 17 different ways, trying to get a different answer, and would probably try to pull them in to just be on the legal team, and then say, I thought you were my standby counsel, and you were supposed to help me answer questions because I have no idea how this system works, and you left me out to dry. It's your fault. There will just be another person to point the finger at. And I think that's what Kranick was predicting, and that's why he's like, it's not even worth giving her another chance. Some people said that Kranick should have told her point blank, you get one more attorney and then you represent yourself, and then that would have been enough. It would not have been enough. She would have taken that time as an opportunity to create more issues that she could exploit later on. So I hope she has to go at it alone. That way she can see exactly how much work her lawyers were doing, how hard it is to actually accomplish what she wants to accomplish, and how legally impossible her game plans are. Because every single time she kept saying there's more than one way to win, there's more than the avenue she just wants to go down. Good luck. Show us your ultimate way to win. Can't wait to see how this goes. All right, so that was everything. That was all the letters, the judge's order, and even the most recent letter. I know there will probably be more letters in the future. I will make separate videos about that then, but hopefully this can serve as a research bank encyclopedia of the Sarah Boone Chronicles. This video took so long to make. It is so long. If anyone actually has made it to this point in the video, I am shocked, shooked, and could not believe. If you actually made it to the end, drop a goat in the comment section, because I feel like the goat after completing this Herculean task. So give me all the likes, the follows, the comments, the subscribes, share it with your friends, everyone, all that good stuff, just so I could say this all wasn't in vain. Now I feel like Sarah. Until next time.